Alright, well, I guess that's one way to start it. Not actually sure how to begin all this. Not sure how to, like, properly go into it. It's been a while since I've streamed. But, hey y'all, Wattmelon here. Sorry if my audio quality sounds a little shit. I did not set up all of my recording stuff. I normally have, like, for any recording I've been doing for YouTube, I have, like, a huge eggshell carton box thing that I put around my computer, and I'm like, nah, fuck that. I'm not setting myself in that tiny space while I look at workshop characters. But oh god, what? Okay, this is one way to start the stream. Apparently my house is on fire. Okay, never mind. I think my, maybe like my mom was, or my mom's boyfriend was trying to cook something, and it set off the smoke alarm. Yeah, again, one way to start. But anyhow, I feel like I had something I want to say. So, workshop, FGC Jam, judging stuff. I just want to come out and say real quick, every single character that was made for this jam, I love every single character that came out, even if they're not, like, sometimes on, like, an objective level, they might not be great, but to me, every single character that was made for this jam is awesome. Making a character is fucking difficult, especially in this short of a time frame. I did not give people a lot of time to make characters, so this is, like, it's so awesome to see the 10 characters we got out of this. I am only going to be showing 9 on stream, unfortunately, but that's per Dark Dockerized request. So, no Adachi, but we will see everybody else, including both Marios, Makoto, Nidra, Kim, a whole bunch of characters. So let's actually get into this. By the way, if you've seen my streams in the past, you'll know this is a little bit of a downgrade from what I had before. I'm just, I didn't want to use Streamlabs anymore, so I am using, so I'm using OBS straight up. But that means I lost a lot of my stream layout stuff. But in the meantime, though, hey Boy Man, hey Snooze Arctos, and hey Nerdiest Alpaca, nice to see you guys here. We're gonna be judging some characters. Now, I will say, I am gonna be pretty critical of characters, but just know that comes out of a place of love and respect and wanting to see people make the best things that they can. I want to be very constructive, but I also want to be a little bit critical because I know a lot about this game. So it might be a little more extreme than Alex, but I can promise you I'm not going to be that hard. My scores at the end of the day I'm going to try to make them as fair as I can. But, I suppose we should start with the first characters in order. Actually, let me do a quick, like, button check. So here are all the characters we have to judge. I'm just gonna button check real quick, make sure, like, I don't know. Controls feel alright. Yeah, that's fine to me. So we got all these goobers, except for this guy. Ignore this guy. But I think we should get things started in release order. Unless anyone wants me to play their character first. Alpaca, if that's you. Oh, hi Stream Elements. Nice first time chat. Thank you very much. I'm now streaming. Wow. No shit. If nobody wants me to start with their character first, I'm gonna start with Nidra. I'm gonna give like a minute for people to say if they want their characters done first. And I want to be first, so that's convenient. You know what? Say no less. Let's get into Nidra. I will say, I've also done a little bit of research on every character, including for like the translation category. Admittedly, I don't play a lot of trad fighters. I love trad fighters, but they're just, a lot of them are 6-button. I can't wrap my head around 6-button. And I'm too busy playing Rivals, so it's like, I've just never really learned them. But yeah, we got Nidra. They are a lot to get into, yeah. Especially when you have so much, like, muscle memory for playing platform fighters. Like, I got my start with Smash. And then eventually I found Rivals, and I'm like, this game's fucking cool. Side tangent. Is the audio levels fine? Am I quiet? Is the game too loud? Audio is perfect. Hell yeah. First try. I don't even know what the fuck this sounds like. But yeah, starting off with Nidra. All of these colors that you're seeing here are actually based on the colors in-game. I did look at their Mizumi wiki page, and it's like, oh, these are straight up all just alternate colors from the game, which is really cool. I will say, though, some of them I'm not that big of a fan of. I don't know if that's necessarily the fault of them as fighting herds, or maybe if like the alt colors didn't line up well, just kind of like this shade of green kind of clashing with this shade of green. Like, small little clashy things, like the colors are just slightly off in some places. And that could be a shading thing, it could be a color palette thing. I'm not entirely sure. Let's go with base Nidra.
Eyes open.
I will say it is a little tough to play because I have a microphone right in front of me, but I will try my best. So yeah, this is Nidra. You'll see at the bottom they have a meter. You can spend that on a few things. Okay, Hongshu in particular is supposed to clash. Yeah, no, I know that. I meant for some of like the ones that aren't necessarily supposed to clash. Like Hot Matcha, there's a little bit of like awkward coloriness to it. Ah, it's an in-joke palette. Interesting in-joke, but it's so valid. Yeah, let's go base color palette.
Eyes open.
So yeah, we got Nidra. She feels very floaty. Insane wave dash. Like, she's trying to be Luigi out here, like, what the hell? And then you have her normals. I think this is a simple little light attack in-game. Some of the palettes were unfortunately subject to rival shading limitations. Yeah, I can imagine. Oh, hang on. Oh, this is because I have it on strong stick, right? I know Alex plays on tilt stick, and I noticed he was using tilt stick a lot for these, so the thing with forward tilt and down tilt is they're, like, chain combo attacks. It's like, you know, I can down tilt, somewhat consistently, and get a hit out like that. Admittedly, I do wish there was a little bit more versatility with the chain moves. The fact that you can only do the chain moves into themselves makes me feel like, what is the point of canceling out of the chain move? I guess you can do that, but you have to time it kind of specifically. You can do good old forward tilt into... You can kind of get it into up tilt, but you notice right there, if I turn this on and I do my second tilt input a little too soon, I just do another hit of forward tilt, so it's like... Might as well just complete the whole combo. I do like this change though. Originally, forward strong was 2 separate hits that you had to hit together. I think I just forgot to put functionality for canceling. Nah, that's not a thing by default for tilts. See, you'd have to do some like code shenanigans in order to make that work. And same thing goes for down tilt. Your other TFH characters. I do want to mention something about that real quick. See, I can't pull up the notes here because I'm only streaming Rivals. Nerdiest Alpaca did mention that this character is based on their own other TFH characters. Which, like, honestly, I think that's cool to have that kind of continuity. But for the sake of judging with the jam, I kind of have to have, like, a standard baseline of character, like... every character is judged to the same standards. If I only judge this character based on your standards, then it's kind of like, what does that mean for everyone else? Because is it then that I have to judge every other character on your standards? Is it that I have to judge every other character on their own standards? Because in that case, everyone's a fucking winner for all I care. Yeah, that's totally fine. I'm not in it to win it. Yeah, that's valid. I'm in it to have an excuse to make this character, which is what you should be doing. That's so awesome. Yeah, I judge by my standards. I'm sorry if that does mean that I tear into your character. Again, I try to be as constructive and I try to be as constructive as I can with my criticism. I just do a lot of this out of passion, so I apologize in advance if I do come off as like a little harsh, especially with Alex before. So yeah, the chain attacks are pretty cool, but I don't know, they just feel a little bit like there's a little bit of redundancy in them because they don't do much. Each individual hit doesn't feel like it does much to add to their kit. It's just kind of you do the combo. It's too late for this build now, but I'm gonna put the tilt functionality in the non-chain build now. Hell yeah, go for it. I keep forgetting about the fact that you can get a higher up special with the meter. Specifically make it hit cancelable. Okay, hang on. I want to find a spot to move this mic real quick. This is actually getting in the way. Alright. Ooh, and this thing is kind of wobbly. How does this sound, you guys? Does it sound better? Does it sound worse? If it sounds about the same, this is perfect, because it is no longer blocking the screen for me. Oh, I hit the spike right there. By the way, for the... You know what's crazy? I was just watching another guy do this same thing. Holy shit! I can't believe it either. It's almost like we're both judging. It's almost like they had more than one judge for this jam. That's so insane. Now it's no longer biased and based around one person. Fucking had to cancel shit, I just forgot to allow attacks. No! Oh no! Oh wait! Does it? Hang on. I think it works for... It works for specials! You made the cancels work for specials, but not for, like, other attacks. Oh, that's kind of silly, actually. Hang on. Hang on. I need to... Okay, wait, no, they did start with full meter, right? Okay. Let me just see something real quick. Okay, I do have the right version of the character, I think. I wasn't sure if, like, the jab tilt cancel is working properly. Oh. Interesting. Yo, thanks for the raid, Alex. It's just the combos I forgot. Yeah. It happens. I know. Finally done with it, Lamau. Hell yeah, dude. About time. Anyhow, hey y'all, we're getting into it with Nidra. Figured I'd start from like jam release order. Sorry for cutting it a bit short, but I need to rest before this bracket. Yeah, absolutely. Take all the time and rest you need, dude. Judging characters is not easy. And you saw how time consuming this was. So actually, I haven't gotten into their specials proper. I should show you guys. So this is neutral special. It's kind of like a silly bouncy projectile. It goes through opponents. Oh, I can't use neutral special anymore. So what I need to do is, I think it's all of my strong attacks? Yeah, it is. Do I get 2 from? No, I only get 1 from forward strong, but I'm thankful it's the first hit. Actually, wait, is it? Oh! All strongs down special and down air sweet spot. Yep. I think it's good that you added more options for this. I will say, yeah, I just noticed that. That's a very good way of handling it. I was a little nervous that hit 2 wouldn't allow for it, but no, it turns out that it's any hit, as long as you just hit them with it. What was it? What was I gonna say? Actually, I meant to... that. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. For the specials, I will say this is a lot better than it was before. For anyone who doesn't know, on launch for this character, you could only get meter with down special. And you didn't start with any meter, so you could not use grounded forward special, you couldn't use neutral special at all. By the way, grounded forward special? So forward special in the air, you have this, like, kick thing, but on the ground, you throw out this projectile. Which, like, I think the projectiles are fine. A little basic. Again, having done my research on this character, I do have some choice words for their translation. But I think overall this is a pretty good character, especially for your own standards. I think this is a pretty damn good character, Alpaca. Making a character like this is not easy. Yeah, and I might as well also show off the taunt. Very cute. Yeah, so you actually did a great job with her. I think they did a pretty damn good job. I'm not tempted to say they're like one of the best characters in the jam, but I think they're still really good. They're still a pretty damn good character. What was it I wanted to do? Wait, let me actually play like just one match as the character, because there's only so much you can gather from playing in training mode. I am going to play against Anglara just to show Alex up, because I can beat the CPUs. Let's see. Night of the sleeping bed. Night of the living bed. More like... This streamline color is pretty cool. Actually, let me also set this up to like 8. Let me turn this down a little bit. It's a little loud for my liking. It might be good for you guys, but like it's hard for me to focus with the music being that loud.
Eyes open.
Now let's see. Oh, hey, War Anvil, thanks for the follow. You're distracting me a little right now, but... Okay, I have no meter. I have to start fishing for strong attacks. Okay, just go right into it, thank you. Good parry. Ah, that was my mistake. Oh, and you lose all of it on... I mean, like, that kind of makes sense, but that's pretty punishing. Especially since you already have to build meter in pretty specific ways. Ah, almost. Get spiked. I will say that move does feel a little awkward with the hit pause. I'd do some friendlies with you, but you have Sam show shit. Yeah, that's so fair. I'm not going to be doing friendlies until I judge every character, regardless of the fact. I'm still not a big fan of the fact that I have to do aerial forward special if I want to use forward special with no meter. This is also me personally. If I was making a move like that, I'd try to have something where both moves are on, like both aerial forward special and grounded forward special were kind of both on the same move. Good one. Old taunting ass, get out of here! I'm shocked that that didn't hit. Okay. Good parry. That's a little greedy for me to be going for. That was also pretty greedy. I was trying to get an up strong out there. Okay, no, I'm not. I am not going out that easy. Please, no! Oh my god! Hold on, no. Okay, that works. That works. That works. Nice custom victory screen as well, by the way. You know, I think I turned around a little bit on this character. When they first came out... By the way, this character came out a week after the jam got announced. That is insanely fast. I think I've turned around a little bit on this character. I think there's definitely some downsides that are just like... It's more just stuff that comes out of experience with making characters. Yeah, for fastest workflow in the West. I also saw how quickly he made Shroob. That is insane. But yeah, the general... How do I want to put this? Let me just like chill here for 1 sec to think. And I also forgot to pull up the judging sheet, which you guys can't see. Let me start typing into this. Also, let me update my scores for Adachi because I do think some things can go down a little bit. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I threw together El Kabong between Nidra and Shrew. Yeah. No, you're kind of insane for that. So for the standards of the Jam, I do think, I think the color palettes don't work as well as, you might have wanted to. That is kind of just a Rivals issue, but it's also maybe a little bit of an issue in how you set up the colors for your character to begin with. Stuff like using more contrast in the shades to better emphasize the contrast in shades here. What was the Easter egg? What did I discover?
Eyes open.
Oh! Wait, right, is it if you crouch for... Or is it just if you idle for long enough? Oh, and you die. What? Oh. Oh yeah, she eepy now. Look at her. She going honk shoe. She going me. Also, hey, Aether Asylum, first time chat from a Raid Shadow Legend. Oh, and it refills meter? Well, that's silly. Yeah. No, I did see that with Nidra. You've been here for hours, but you finally chatted. That's the difference. So what I was gonna say, I think in terms of art, me personally, as someone who does a lot of sprite animation, I can kind of tell that a lot of this is like parts of the character being moved around in all sorts of... I'm trying to think of how to explain this exactly. It's a feeling of a little bit of stiffness when you can tell that like the same parts of the idle sprite are kind of being moved around everywhere. Yeah, this is a Them's Fightin' Herds DLC character. This is Nidra. But you can kind of tell, like, this is just the head sprite flicked off to the side, edited slightly. The head shape doesn't change at all during her jab, because it's just using it's very rigged sprite animations. Yes, exactly. Yeah, because... And art is the hardest part of all of it, but at the same time, doing that kind of art's... Oh, you gotta go for now? See you, Aether. Have a good one. It has this very, like... I think cheap is the wrong term to use, but it's like you can definitely tell it got rushed out. It's a very good workflow to get characters done in quantity, but in quality I think it's a little bit... It's a little rough. When you can tell that a lot of the parts of the character are just kind of, like, reused all over the place in this kind of blatant of a way. That's not to say, like, everything is completely ripped from Nidra's base sprite, because there is definitely some redrawing that's going on for, like, smear frames and certain body poses. And, like, I'll admit, I'm guilty of reusing... I reuse animations all the time when I'm working on characters. But sometimes it's a little bit harder to notice, because I'm able to just exaggerate so much else with the character. Like on Target Ball, so many of these like rolling animations are just reused everywhere in their kit. But there's so much other stuff going on that it's kind of hard to tell that that's the case, because you see all this motion elsewhere. Or like with, do I not have Turnip Boy installed? Yeah, but I guess it's a matter of reusing shit efficiently. Or maybe not efficiently. With finesse. With finesse. And some people do redraw things, like, all over the place with their characters. You'll definitely see a lot of people, like, redraw for in-betweens, or for, like, key poses. They'll completely redraw frames and then try and, like, transpose between them.
Nidra.
But yeah, all of that to say, I do think that the art could look better if so much effort wasn't put into the quantity, or more so, like, getting the character done as soon as possible. The animations could use more time in the oven, but I also get that that's not your workflow. So for polish, one other quick thing, UI design. The UI at the bottom is mixeled. And for anyone who doesn't know, mixels are just when you have pixels that are smaller than the resolution of the game. So you'll notice that there's kind of like pixels in between the pixels, compared to like the rest of the art style. Good old accursed mixels. I didn't even Those are mixels, I think. No, those are definitely mixels. The words for like parry plus attack to insta-fill magic. I swear to God, I upscaled that shit. Well, it's in the HUD. All like the HUD stuff. Yeah. It's like if I go to like a stage like this, it's a little easier to tell that like the font there is kind of mixeled. I think the gradient might be. I mean, even then, the training utility, you could just have that be like base rivals text. There is a text draw function. Okay, that makes sense if the gradient isn't. I will also say the meter just feels like it's kind of put on there. I think what you could maybe do for the future is have something like a black outline around the, you could put a black outline around the meter, and then maybe move it slightly inwards so that's kind of overlapping with the top of the HUD, and that gives it a neat effect where it feels kind of like ingrained into the character. I wish I had an example character off the top of my head. I can think of one example character, but it's a character I'm still working on, and I can't be showing them off. But maybe, I think Darkshark might have it, actually. Yeah, you notice down at the bottom how, the symbols are kind of overlapping the HUD, and that creates a little bit of an interesting, like, integration into the HUD. They're not, like, slightly floating above it. If they were slightly floating above it, it would look a lot more awkward that way. And I think you could take some notes from that with how you go about designing Nidra and basically any of your other TFH characters' HUDs. And I think with all those things combined, you did make a custom victory screen, you have custom music there, you have plenty of custom alts, which I think is nice. Alts are always appreciated. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. But overall, I'm thinking... I think that might... I'm not sure whether to put it at a 7 or a 6. Which it sounds rough. 7 is like my passing grade. And to me, I think a 6.5 is fair. For the sake of this judging. I am sorry if that sounds critical, but compared to like everybody else, it's like you're so close to being good, like baseline. It's just in a couple places, it feels like your animations are a little rough. Things could just be a little better. It's either 6.5 or 6. For game feel, this is your overall design of the character. I think the character feels alright. Their floatiness is kind of a hindrance to some parts. I was expecting a 3-ish. Nah, I'm not like that rough with it. You need to make like something really bad for me to for me to not feel good about the art. The game feel though, I do have some gripes with the game feel. I think I've already mentioned before kind of there's something that feels like there's a few redundancies in the design with the combo attacks. They don't feel like they're adding too much to the character. I think the floatiness is a little bit of a hindrance in some cases. Maybe it's less the floatiness and more just the speed of the character kind of feels like it clashes with what you want to do with their buttons in a way that makes them feel just a little like a little too floaty, a little too all over the place. A bit of like a monosonic effect. And in terms of their overall design, I do have problems with how the meter is implemented. Just, especially if it was like before. Genuine fuck up on my end, so... Yeah, no, I totally get that. That's a little bit of unintended design. I do think, like, the game... Actually, game feel is kind of the second... I'd say your game feel is weaker than your art here, just by a hair. It's a lot of, like, I see some things that could be done better with the design. One thing I was kind of hoping you might go for with forward special is if you don't have meter, maybe the grounded forward special just becomes the aerial forward special. Or maybe you could find some way to have it be like a tap versus hold input, where if you hold it, you spend your meter to throw out the projectile. Neutral special does feel like kind of a basic bouncing projectile. It does... Something about it just feels a little bit off. I think it's just the...
Nidra.
Eyes open.
I think it's just the way it animates and maybe like how slowly it bounces, especially with how big it is. Might be something with Actually, you know what it might be? It might be a collision thing. Yeah, it's kind of, it like slides across the ground for a few frames and then bounces. There is a projectile property to just make it bounce off the ground, and that's not something you need to necessarily handle in code. Or I don't know if you have handled it in code, and Rivals is just kind of a dog-shit game, but... I set that property. Ooh. Actually, there is one thing I didn't check with the game feel. The sliding is just Rivals being Rivals. I can understand that. Maybe if the sliding is Rivals being Rivals, one thing I have done in the past is make it so that it passes through the ground, but then in code, if it overlaps with the ground, set its vertical speed to be like the negative of its vertical speed. As long as it's traveling at like a positive V speed as well. Because if you just set it to that, it's just gonna like slide across the ground and jitter up and down because it's constantly colliding with the ground. I don't know if that makes a whole lot of sense, but it's just... You can do some code shenanigans to make it bounce a little more properly. I think I have done this with characters in the past. I think it might be on one of the... No, I don't have a bouncing projectile on it. No, I don't have a bouncing projectile on, like, a character normally. But I do have... Target ball with runes, because, those bounce. So yeah, like... Yeah, so that's the thing I did. Actually, wait. I feel like somebody mentioned that, no, not either stages. Abyss mode. I think somebody mentioned that there is some character that has Abyss runes, and I forget which character it is. Oh, it's Mario. I'll have to look at those in a bit. Because that does definitely add to polish, I feel like. Sliding is just around. But yeah, game feel overall, I feel like I see a lot of things that could be done better with their game feel. They're in a bit of a situation where, I mean, the art definitely affects their game feel a lot, but in terms of just how they're generally coded and how they're generally designed, I feel like that's kind of a misstep. There's definitely things that I'm very so-so about with the design, notably in how meter is implemented, and in how certain moves are implemented when you don't have meter. So I think that for me is going to be a... Let's go with a 5.5. Then we get to translation and creativity. So this is where the This is where the research is going to have a very negative impact. Because I looked into this character, and it seems like there's some, like, wild-ass stance... Just looking at them, they seem like a pretty wild stance character that every time you hit the opponent, it builds meter, and then you can throw out projectiles that way. The meter is implemented properly with how the character plays, and a lot of moves are ripped straight from Nidra's kit in them's fighting herds. But a lot of things like forward strong, and I think even like down tilt, are whole stances in them's fighting herds that have a few different options, or maybe not a few different options out of them, but just like different ways that the character moves around and interacts. I think this might have been a really hard character to go for in terms of this just feels like a really tough pick to make, because you are adapting them into how you make your characters. She wouldn't have had a full plat fighter moveset if I incorporated the stances. I think there are ways you could have made it a full character. You had to pull from everywhere. No, I totally get that. But I think there are ways where maybe you could have had some specials, like... This is me speaking in hypotheticals with, like, high-level coding skills. Maybe there are ways that you could have had the stances be, like, special moves with Rekka inputs. I think that would have been awesome, but I totally get that being out of your scope. Because, like, that is not easy. I am pulling, like, ideas out of my ass, actually coding those in, and better yet, spriting them. That's a nightmare. I totally get not going for something like that. That's very ambitious, but I feel like it would have helped so much. It's kind of unfortunate, the character choice that you made here, when they have such wild potential with what they can do and how they can be adapted. It does kind of feel like... Again, I feel like this is a misstep in translation and creativity as well. I think that I want to give a 5. I will say, though, X Factor, them's fighting herds, based game, really based character. I know they haven't, like... Not a lot of people talk about them, because this was during, like, the time when TFH was at its downfall, and everyone was focusing on the other character that came out in that DLC, who was insanely fucking broken. But Nidra is still an awesome character. X Factor is only 5 points, not 10 like the others. This gets a 4 out of 5 for me. Actually, 4.5 out of 5. So overall, that comes out to... I gave a 6 in polish, a 5.5 in game feel, a 5 in translation and creativity. You know what? I feel like the game feel one is a little harsh. I'm gonna bump that up to 6, and translation and creativity... No, I feel good about giving that a 5. That's 21.5 points out of 35. So yeah, overall, again, I think every character that came out in this gem is awesome. You did incredible work here, but I do feel like in terms of like an overall standardization within the gem, there's a lot that could be improved with this character. It definitely comes down to like using more of your time, having more polish, stuff like that. Yeah, 60% ain't bad. Better than you expected. I totally understand that, going into something and expecting someone to like gut you for your work. But like I try not to be like that. I really do. But yeah, that's gonna be it for Nidra's judging. Now we have one of 2 Marios. I'm pretty sure that technically Mudkid's got submitted first, but I have Jetie's labeled up front. How many people do we still have in here? Coolio, gonna go back to my friends now. Yeah, have fun with that. See ya, Alpaca. You know what? I'm gonna do Jetie's first, and I'm gonna ping Jetie to be like... I'm looking at the Marios now, starting with you. Alright, we got a couple Marios to get through. Both of them are Mario from Dong Dong Never Die. This character's so silly. Both of these characters are really silly. Well, what happened to... Oh my god, my FPS is tanking. Is that...
Nidra.
Whoa. Is that because of Abyss mode? Whoa, why is my game lagging so hard? Hold on. I'm gonna close the game. That was weird. I hope it doesn't keep doing that. I don't know why the game was being so slow there. Maybe it's because I turned Abyss mode on and it's like, no, you're loading in too much shit. Rah! Oh, wait, no, what are you... Is it because I have the jam sheet open? I think it might be you. Yeah, that's so weird. Why is my game being so slow? Is it like...
Me, Mario.
Is this like recording stuff in the background? It's saying 0 dropped frames. Buddy, there were definitely some dropped frames. Actually, I think it's better. Oh wait, Boy Man, are you Jetie? Oh, might be. But yeah, we got the Mario in here. It's very interesting. Hang on, let me turn down the volume first. Let me go to the Sustuary. This feels in character. But yeah, we got Mario. First thing I will say out the gate, it is kind of interesting how their jump sound is just the double jump sound, and their land sound is the jump sound. I don't know if that's a Dong Dong Never Die reference, or if you just kind of goof that up, but either way, I don't know, it makes the wave dash sound kind of interesting. Sounds kind of nice, actually. But it does make it hard to tell whether or not, like, if I slide off a ledge, it is a little hard to tell if I've double jumped or not. I mean, there's still the visual cue at the bottom, but it's like, the sound cue helps a lot, too. Combo-wise, this character is very silly. I have been playing this character a lot. Oh, that's fair, that's fair. I love how this character feels. You just kind of mash buttons a lot. I will say, when I was first playing the character, and I still feel it like a little bit, there's like a hinge of Jetie floatiness to it. For those of you who don't know, Jetie does tend to make like pretty floaty characters, and you kind of feel that with the way they move in the air, compared to some other characters, but like, this character still feels really good. It's just kind of like with how fast they move, maybe I'd expect them to fall a little faster. But the way they fall at this speed is totally fine by me. It actually feels a little more Mario-esque that way, which I think is kind of what you want to go for with this being Mario. Well, Mario, Akuma wearing Mario's skin, but still. There's a little bit of Jumpman DNA in there. All the moves are kind of basic, but they do some pretty cool things. You'll notice there's a meter at the bottom. This is kind of what I mean, Nerdy's Alpaca isn't watching anymore, but this is kind of what I mean about the meter with the black outlines and having a little bit more integration into the HUD. I do think maybe, I wonder how cool this would be if you moved it just like 1 or 2 pixels down to like fit into to like kind of overlap with like that section of the HUD. Actually, I forget what... Yeah, right, and if you taunt... Is this a Street Fighter 3rd Strike reference, where if you taunt, you get a powered-up fireball? Or is that just a training mode thing? No, because if you use meter, you throw out, like, multiple fireballs. I don't know, that's still pretty silly. I don't know if that's a thing on Dong Dong Never Die Mario. Shoot, what was I gonna say? So the way that meter works, for anyone who doesn't know, you can spend 1 bar of meter. You'll notice I have 3 bars right now. You can cancel your tilts into strong attacks that way. Your mileage may kind of vary on it, but still pretty cool. And then you also get EX versions of your special moves. You know, you have the Fireball, then it's also diagonal. By the way, can I just say real quick? I fucking love Mario saying go when he throws the Fireball. That's so... I don't know, that just sounds so good. It's like the clip of him saying, like, let's go! But it's just the go part, and it kind of works for a Fireball. It's so silly. But yeah, then, you have, like, you know, Fireball, the Tatsu, you have the Demon Flip, which, can you, like, angle Demon Flip? No, it's just something you get a quick. I'd imagine, why is that Adachi bullshit allowed? Sorry, I'm just looking at Discord right now for some reason. I should maybe close that. That might be contributing to some of the lag. Oh yeah, wait, do you get a sound? Okay, no, there's no sound cue for it. I do think it would be cool to have some kind of like sound cue or maybe a visual cue when you do the cancel. I learned this pretty recently. There is a white flash variable that causes your character to blink white for a certain number of frames. I think that would be cool to like implement on Mario here for when they do a strong attack cancel. I don't think it's necessary on the special attack cancels because you already have, or the EX versions of specials, not special attack cancels. Because you already have like the Tatsu, but then if you use... There we go. If you use like the EX version of it, it does like the sound effect, it has this visual effect, all that stuff. This is also, you have the Shoryu, you have the Demon Flip. Shoryu with meter does this. Which, from my practice, this is pretty inconsistent, but I still think it's cool. Like, the opponent can pretty easily just, like, DI out of it to the side, and it, Actually, let me test that out real quick. I wish there was a way for me to gain meter a little faster in practice, like, in training mode, but I get it. But yeah, if I just, like, full drift in... Okay, nah, it's not as bad as I thought. Unless I said it... Oh, you can only SCI... Huh, interesting. What happens if I said it's, like, full out? Ah, shit. Nope, we're living. Alright, but what's it like on... You have to, like, go forward with them. It's a little silly, because it's, like... Sometimes it feels a little inconsistent, but maybe that's just a little bit of a skill issue. Maybe it's if the opponent has good DI. I'm just gonna set that to random for funsies. But yeah, I do think some parts of this character... I think it's pretty cool that you implemented EX moves onto the character. And had this, like, whole meter system. The one thing I will say, though, the input for these, it's, like, really tight for some reason. I don't know what's up with that. Like, hold on, if I show my inputs real quick and try to do... It's literally... Oh, it's a 4-frame input. Wait, is it a 4-frame input? It might be less than that if you did something like if button pressed during these first few frames, rather than like a button down type. I think it might be a little more consistent if you did something like, tell me if this is how you coded it or not. Something like, if special pressed and the window timer is within a specific amount of the window length, then you get the EX version. I would personally try to make it so that it's if the button is held down during that state, because then that allows you to buffer the EX move a little bit easier. And I don't think there's a situation where you would, like, accidentally buffer that when you don't want to. Pressing special and shield at the same time isn't something that a lot of people do. Like, just out of the blue. So I think it might help it feel a little more consistent if it was a down variable instead of a pressed variable. That's just me personally. Do with that however you will. I don't know how Rivals does inputs. It's just, there's a 5-frame buffer, and in code you have variables to determine if a button was pressed, which is just within those 5 frames if you pressed it, or if you're holding it down, which doesn't care about those 5 frames and just cares if the button is being held down. Or even just pressed within that window. It's kind of like a catch-all. Yeah, let's see. He never dies. Raging Demon. Ken. I'm not super familiar with all of these references, so fair warning in advance. I don't think I did enough research on this guy. I just know he's kind of like Akuma, but he throws mushrooms instead of fireballs. Ah, Ken from Dong Dong Never Die. This ult should have been named I'm Not Happy. The duck is in! Original Jetie Mario, Mario Maker, so retro. You should have included an init shader on this. This should have been a flat color sprite. I think that would have been really funny. Mario but he flies. Slow start but duck. Angry Ghost Sign, Winter Rose, Cherry Blossom, Gold... Okay, it is... Isn't that an FNF reference? Golden Sigma? I'd imagine that the rest of these are like... Maybe Dong Dong Never Die references, but then I'm pretty sure Golden Sigma is a fucking FNF reference. Invincible Healing Super, 3D Evil Stickman. This is Dong Dong Never Die, I know this. Construction Man, He Never Dies But Violent, Freeze Time, Terminator, Spooky Top Tier. But yeah, nice ults all around. Let me play an actual match now. Let me do it against kind of a... You know what, this is a very fast character. Let's play against another very fast character. There she is. And we're gonna go to, kinda wanna go here, but I'm also not gonna...
Me, Mario!
Oh, wait, what am I doing? I have fireballs! Go! Get Raging Demons! Oh, you're kidding! Okay, fair enough. Yeah, get out of here. Yeah, no, Madeline's AI is insane, but that's also just the potential of this character. There's just Madeline playing like Madeline. That was kind of jank. On Madeline's part, not on... I just need to spam this move. Goddamn. No, I'm struggling against this Madeline. Maybe it's just a skill issue on my part, but like, one thing I've been noticing with this character, he just does not kill very easily. I mean, like, I don't expect that to kill, but it's more like... I don't know, it is just very hard for him to kill across the board. And that could be a bit of a range issue. Could be a meter dependency thing, which, like, it's fine if it is a meter dependency thing. Ah, come on. Yeah, stronger moves are just multi-hit chains. This character is also just kind of difficult because of their range. A rushdowny character like this, I mean, to be fair, I'm also not that great at the game. I'm like, okay. It's also a little hard to see me. Let's switch to the skin. Let's play on, like, PS.
Me, Mario.
Oh, and his sound effects are pitched up because it's Luigi! Just like Melee. Sick Melee reference. Okay, Madeline, okay. Let me throw up my fucking fireball. Okay. Bad play on my part. You know, I feel like I need a better... Come on, Madeline. Come on, Maddie. Oh, please, please, no! I'm gonna use my side special as a, forward tilt kill? Up tilt to up strong. You know what, I'll take it. I don't like the Maddie AI is letting me get these free kills. Yeah, Matt, it... Golden Mushroom could maybe work. The problem is finding rooms of Golden Mushroom when Madeline is fucking mashing in my face. That was meant to be a parry, I swear me mum. Alright, Gold Mushroom. Nope. I need to Raging Demon you. Ah, I messed up the input there. I messed up the input again! Thank you, Maddie. That was a dumb play. But if it worked, it would have been hype. I should have... That was dumb. Alright, yeah, I think we... Golden Mushroom, the stronger bird because Golden Mushroom stun. Yeah. I think overall the thing I'm feeling right now is just that this character is very stubby. Like, this character is a little too small. You gave Mario that mini mushroom. It's just kind of in a way where, like... It... How do I want to put this? I think you want to make this, like, it feels like you want to make a very rushdowny kind of character, but you just made it so that they don't extend enough, I think. Like, let me look at some of their animations again. No, there's some extension there. Some. Neutral air is very tiny. Forward air makes sense for that to be kind of tiny. Let me, like, put... Look at how tiny this lad is! Look at it. This is a scrawny-ass Mario. How tall is Mario canonically? Is he like 5-something? This guy looks like he's 4'10". Bro needs a mushroom. Stop using him for fireballs. Eat one of those bastards. But yeah, I think these playtests have helped me come to a bit of a verdict. Let me go back to...
It's me, Mario!
Let me open up the Google form once again. Oh, it is totally Google that's causing me to lag. I'm seeing the frame counter on Rivals drop to 50. I opened Google Forms, not Google Sheets. I do really like this character, don't get me wrong. It's just... I think there's like a couple things holding them back in the game feel. Actually, for that matter, I should, hang on. I pulled this open already. I just want to see what their friggin' victory screen looks like. Just want to real quick, like... One stock, actually. I don't have the buddy that automatically, turns the game off. Ooh, that's nice. A little bit of the Mario 64 end screen. I gotta wonder if there's a Dong Dong Never Die victory theme. Regardless, that's a good victory screen. I've seen some people that just don't have a custom background or custom music, so I'd definitely say that that's pretty good. But let's get into the judging part of it. So, polish. You have a good custom CSS, it has a bunch of alts. I think that's all well and good. The animation, I think the animation of the character itself is pretty good. I'm just not the biggest fan of their base sprite and how some of the, like... I think there could be just, like, a little more extension of the character. And I think some parts of the character look like a little... Maybe it's just me not being, like... I've no disrespect to you, Jetie. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of your spriting style, but that's just me. I'm not gonna let my biases get through, because this is a pretty well-sprited character that feels bouncy and has good emphasis on their animations in a way that feels pretty readable. So I think in terms of their polish, I'm gonna give that a solid 8. I'm feeling good about an 8. Game feel, I think that this character feels really silly, but then once you start playing them in practice, you start to realize, damn, this character does not have range, dude. And I think that's a little bit of an animation issue, but also maybe a little bit of a conflict of interest. Maybe, I don't know if that's the right word I want to use. The main thing is definitely the animations affecting the game feel, because this character's range is a little subpar. And I think in terms of their design, you could make the EX moves more lenient. I had several moments in that last game where I wanted to do EX down special and just did a parry instead, because the input is 4 frames tight. And I don't know, that could just be a little more lenient by just making it so that if... I don't know, the code thing I mentioned earlier with holding down parry instead of needing to press it in the middle of your special move. So I think there's just like a couple little things with the game feel. Overall though, I'd say the character feels really fun to play. It's just a matter of giving them a little more range, giving them a little more leniency with their EX moves. And then otherwise it's it's just a pretty fun, silly, rush-downy character. A little on the basic side, but that's also... I mean, in Dong Dong Never Die, they're just Akuma, but Mario, so... I'll give that one a solid 8.5. Translation and creativity, I mean, you did the translation pretty damn well. You got the special moves in there, you got most of how their, like, normals work and stuff in there. It is a little bit, like, the basic way to do it, but I think that's totally fine. I think in this case, I'm gonna give it a... I think that's gonna be another 8.5. Because it's definitely, like, you did translate the character very well, and you did implement things in a pretty nice way. It's just very, like, on the nose, in a sense. And then we have X Factor. The fact that 2 people made the same character kind of wanted to make me give this like a 3 out of 5. This might be the lowest scoring character in X Factor, just because like 2 people made the same damn joke. And it's like, we could do better than that. Come on. So yeah, I'm thinking that's a 3 out of 10. Or 3 out of 5, excuse me, not 3 out of 10, jeez. With the old rule set, that would have been like a 4 or 5 out of 10, I'm not gonna lie. But 3 out of 10 feels good, and I'm gonna do the same for Mudkid. So yeah, overall that comes out to 28 out of 35. Really good stuff, Jetie. I do really like this character. Like, I know it's not, like, that close of a score to 35, but, like, I do really like this character. They're very silly. Thank you so much for participating in the jam. And now I'm going to close this Google Sheet again because it is lagging the shit out of my... Is it lagging the shit out of my game? Why is my game lagging so much? Like, are you seeing this? Oh, now we're back to normal. I think. I hope. Yeah, seems like we are. Okay, next Mario. How many people we got? I'm not liking how I can't see how many people are watching this stream on OBS. It shows it to you on Streamlabs. I don't know how to make that work in OBS, though. But regardless... if anyone wants to tell Mudkid, we got his Mario up on stream right now. We got the bubble gum. We got the got melon, Hawk. Guys, Hawk. Anyhow, World Warrior. I hate myself, dude. Why'd you have to put the word Hawk in there? In 2025. Power Knuckle, Burning Knuckle, Unkillable. Determinator. Overall, really nice alts. I do really like it. Oh, so they made a skin for a Hawk. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Can someone ban this guy? Yeah, so they got skins for a Hawk too, huh? Fucking... Ugh. Putting the fingers in my mouth like a shotgun down my throat. Anyhow, we're gonna take... You know what? No, because of that... Alright, so the first notes that I had with this character that I could think of... I'm not big on this jump sound. It's just a little too... It's a little too grating. Especially if you start, like... That's like my one big polish gripe with this character. There is also to mention the fact that, yeah, this character is a sprite rip. You'll notice that's, that is an edited, what's it, Mario and Luigi sprite. And Mudkid was like, yeah, I'm just making a sprite rip for the fun of it, which, like, based, TBH, not like I haven't done the same fucking thing. Here's Blade from Street Fighter the movie. Rotoscoped. This is a Mixled character, but, like, the Mixels are part of the charm. Not to be a shill too much, though. I didn't use the Mario jump sound in my Mario because I used it once for past character. Yeah, exactly! It is a very annoying sound effect. I think there are ways you could make it work, but you have to use, like, a very specific Mario sound effect. Otherwise, yeah, it's just... Yeah, like, base movement feels alright, feels how I would expect Mario to play. The normals are where this character starts to get interesting, though. Because this goes a very... Even though two people made Mario from Dong Dong Never Die, they both took them in such interesting directions. I started Rivals with sprite rips before I knew how to do animation. That's so fair. I mean, I already started knowing how to do animation, but my thing was that I got somebody else to help me with the code. So, like, that's totally understandable. And honestly, sprite rips are silly. I love sprite rips. It's just, it's a shame that a lot of them are pretty damn jank. The ones that aren't that jank, though, really funny. Nappa, super fucking funny. Blade, I'm a shill, I can't answer that one. Or not to be a shill, I'm not gonna answer that one. But it's kind of wild the direction that this character takes, because you have... Unlike your version of Mario, Jetie, this character doesn't have a meter, but instead, they have light and heavy versions of their tilts. So like you have, this is your standard jab combo, this is just tapping the tilt button. But if I hold jab, it does a throw. Tilt is just this little basic kick, but if I hold forward tilt, it becomes the hand chop. Down tilt becomes a longer kick than this little shimmy kick. You get the fucking Olympia out of this. I should have asked ahead of time. Does anyone know if these are... I know this is a sprite rip, but does anyone know if these sprites are edited? Or if they're just, Because, like, the smear work on it is really good. I could understand if maybe Mudkid touched up these sprites to give them Rivalsy smears. But if they just came like that, that's cool, too. Yeah, right, we got the charge version of the fireball, which is the difference between normal fireball and EX fireball. You have the quicker version of Tatsu, and then you have a longer version that I think leads into it. No, I think both of them lead into the same kind of hit. Oh, it's because it's a level 9 CPU. Let's dumb you down just a little bit. Come on. Come on, Endless, be a homie. Fuck it, level 5 CPU then. We'll go back to basics. Yeah, it's just a longer version of the same move. One thing I do have a gripe with in terms of, like, this charge system, I do think the, giving them the focus dash, the FADC is pretty cool, but it's definitely very, it's very Smash Ryu pilled. Which, I mean, to be fair, it is Akuma, but I don't know, you could have they don't have Demon Flip! Where's Demon Flip on this bastard? You gave him Ryu's Focus Punch, but not Demon Flip. The Akuma thing. Or do they have Demon Flip in some capacity? No, I don't think they do. Oh, hang on. I need to see something real quick with Olympia. No, I'm just bad at the game. I was pressing attack there, trying to see if like the attack input would cancel special early, but it doesn't. Yeah, he has focus, and he has the FADC, the focus attack dash cancel. Which is also a thing that Olympia has in the base game. Yeah, I don't know, I do really like this. I think this character's pretty cool. Definitely a little unorthodox for me. I'm still kind of trying to get used to it. Also, I should... Hang on. No, you know what we'll do? I know, kind of like Madeline, Regina's version of Mario has custom AI. So you know what? We'll have Imposter Mario fight Mario Mario. Do I have a Mario stage? I don't believe I do. And I'm not pulling up those other pages because there's something on this other page that... Oh, I do have a Mario stage. Let's fucking go. Okay. Can I have some room, please? Oh, that's interesting. Hold on. Oh, I guess you can angle it. Oh, and I forgot I set it to 1 stock. Yeah, let's Oh, and I whiffed on him too? Okay. Oh, that armor's through so much shit? I haven't even gotten a single stock on this guy, though. Damn, this Mario's kind of kicking my ass. I guess technically I got stuck on. This AI is like kicking my ass today. Oh. I swear it's because I'm learning the character. I'm not this bad at the video game. Let's just play against a normal CPU. Pretty sure that move is mimicking drive parry. Where can I go? Let's go on glass streams. Okay, no, you know what? This is getting a little too easy. Let me, I'm gonna try Mario again. Blake, let's set the CPU level down a little bit. I don't know if setting the CPU level down actually affects how they play, but it does affect how they DI. Maybe it does. I almost got a double dunk there, that would have been sick. Ooh! No, not quite. Okay, fair enough. I mean, I guess that works. Holy shit, that's loud. I mean, it was turned down enough for me, but like the difference in volume there, oh my god. Just going from like calm, like relatively calm fucking Wooded Kingdom music, and then just suddenly that was a little jarring. Oh, but well, we have our verdict. This is so interesting. I think there's some things that this character does slightly worse, but also slightly better than the other Mario. It's kind of crazy. Like, to me, they both might be around the same score, but it's like where Mudkid's kind of like doesn't do as well in the polish, it does a little bit better in its translation, I feel like. There's less of a direct translation, but there is a lot of like pretty clever ways of incorporating a lot of the moveset into the character. So I think for polish, they got like all the same standard stuff. It's just the only difference is that they're a sprite rip rather than a fully custom sprited character. Which, for the sake of this, considering they just wanted to make a sprite rip for the fun of it, for the jam, like for 2 different jams at once. No, actually, just for this jam, but it was very convenient that the From Mario jam came about. I think it's valid, but for me it's still gonna be like... I think I'll give this a 6.5. Or no, I feel better about a 7. Game feels like a little weird to me with the character. I feel like, I don't know, some things just feel like the slightest bit off for similar reasons to Jetie's Mario from Dong Dong Never Die. It's a little bit of like... just a little bit of tightness with getting the enhanced versions of tilts versus not getting them. You have to like really lightly tap the buttons in order to not get the heavy versions of each attack. And it's like, in the heat of the moment, it's a little tough to do, but definitely not impossible. For that, I think I am going to still give this... I think I'm actually going to give it the same score as Jetie, an 8.5. Because to me, it's like, there's a couple things that could be a little better, but it does feel really good. Even if it's like a little bit basic. Actually, no, you know what? In terms of its design, I think the design is pretty good. There's just some things that I think could be improved upon. Like, this character doesn't have a range issue. They feel kind of how I would expect the character to feel. And then it comes to translation. For translation, I'd say that this is a stronger... I do think it's a stronger showing than Jetie's, slightly. Because rather than fully... I mean, it doesn't have the EX moves in the same capacity as Jetie's version of Mario, but I think it implements the moveset a little more cleverly. I think there's a little bit more being done to try and like rivalsify the moveset by having this tapped versus held version of most of their moves, mainly their tilts and specials, and also having I don't think it was obvious playing them, but they do have light jab, all tilts, all aerials, and down strong can be cancelled in the special moves. And special stuns the opponent longer than some charge. Okay, I was a bit wrong about this. I thought that tilts cancelled into strongs, but I was mixing that up with spending beater to cancel tilts into strongs with Jetie's version of Mario. But still, that is a very cool way of implementing that. So I think this is also going to get a 9 out of 10, rather than an 8.5. And funny enough, it's the same score. Both of them get a 28. Both Marios have the exact same score to me, because I gave them both a 3 in X Factor. So it's really funny how that works out. So yeah, that's Mario. That's all I gotta say, Mudkid. You done good. Next up, we have Adachi. I can't show off Adachi, but I'm at least going to... 323 sounds, jeez. I'm at least gonna give you guys the spark notes of what I had in the in the judging, because I did judge this character ahead of time, since Darkrai told me, please don't show off this character. We want to leave it a bit of a surprise, but then they said... but then they made it not a surprise for Alex, so it's a little bit of like, what gives? But well, I'm gonna respect what they want and just give you the spark notes of how I feel about him. This was the hardest character for me to rank. This is going to be the hardest character for me to rank. And it's all because of the fact that, like, this character treads a line between, like, they're obviously unfinished, but not so much that it's a hindrance and that you can't see the full vision of the character. And that full vision of the character is really fun to play and very cool. I did have a couple balance issues with them, but like, balance isn't a part of the criteria for the game feel category of things. This character feels really good. And their adaptation is also pretty good. I don't like how their up special is just a move ripped straight from Smash. Yeah, it's a fun overbalance thing. And this character was really fun to play. And I do see ways that you can make them balance. It's mostly just in, like, meter consumption and a little bit of, Actually, yeah, it was mostly meter consumption, and maybe adding more moves that, take up meter, because up air feels like a move that should take meter, but it's apparently just a normal. So it doesn't cost meter in Persona 4 Arena Ultimax, so why should it cost meter here? Maybe because it is a big-ass move that just kind of grabs the opponent and it lets you set up into more moves with Magatsu. I guess there's like a little bit of a weird dichotomy there. You could still have it like gain back meter on a hit. Maybe it's just something in order to like summon the character, it costs a little bit less meter than it takes for the reward, in such a way where like you're still rewarded meter for hitting the move, but you're punished for whiffing it, and you're punished even harder for getting hit because you do lose meter when Magatsu gets hit. And then the thing with translation, very spot on translation, besides the fact that up special is just ripped from Smash, which I'm not too big a fan of. I know that it's partially referential to Adachi as a whole because it's... what's it? They do have wind effects, or like wind elements, so it kind of makes sense, but I'm still a little like... I wish it wasn't just the Smash move, you know what I mean? If you saw the character, you know exactly what I'm talking about, but I'm being a little bit vague here because... go watch Alex's stream. Go watch his VOD if you want to see how Adachi plays. Otherwise, I'm just leaving them vague to respect Dark Darkrai not wanting me to play the character. I will at least show off, though, the polish on this character is insane. This is what made this character so hard to rank, is because despite the fact they have unfinished animations, there is so much fucking polish on this character. Look at how good these sprites look. Then if I click this guy, I can change the alt palette on Magatsu to whatever I want. It's like, I could set it to this. Hold up. I could set it to this. And now I get to change Adachi's colors, but Magatsu stays the same. That's so fucking cool. But yeah, this is a tough character to rank. They do have a high score, but it's like... I don't think they're the best character of the Jam, but I feel like they're definitely going to place top 5 for me. For sure. Alright, with that being said, that's enough of Adachi. We got fucking... this guy over here. We got Kim Kaphwan. We got the guy from KOF 13. I help a lot with this character, but I do have some things to say about them. I do like the alts. A little bit of a basic CSS, but still really cool. Black Lives Matter all. You're welcome. Also trans rights all. You're welcome. I feel like this looks like some kind of DBZ character, but I don't know enough DBZ to say which one. But then there is just Goku here, so you know what? Let's play Goku. How many people are in here still? Does anyone know how many people are watching this stream? I can't tell how many people are watching this stream. I kinda want to make an announcement, but I'm not sure. We got 9 people in here? I think that's I think that's like the second most people I've ever had on a stream, and the first most was when I participated in a, it was in one of the Game Maker's Toolkit game jams. I managed to get, I think, like 13 people on stream. It's kind of crazy. But, considering we have 9 people here, I think that's enough people to show off something. So, you know how it's not a big announcement, it's nothing crazy. But you know how in, on Workshop, we have a lot of stages that are just references of base game stages? You know, I made Spacebound Stadium, that's Frozen Fortress, Miiverse is based on Tower of Heaven, stuff like that, right? You know, Glass Dreams, Forest Floor, all that jazz. I'd show off some more stages. I forgot to download more stages to show that off properly. But, like, the thing about them is that because we base so many stages on the base game, if you want to make a stage that's similar to the base game, you either kind of have to like try to do it yourself or copy one of these stages, which might be a little jank sometimes if they have like extra code added onto them, or maybe you have to like work around their art for some reason, or you just kind of want a fresh slate. Speaking of fresh slates, look at what I've started working on here. I've been making templates. And it's the exact same stage layout. I tried to give it the exact same blast zone sizes. And it's just a template that I'm gonna upload to the workshop that you can just copy and paste for free and make your own stages that are skins of the base game stages with the exact same, like, blast zones and everything. So yeah, I have almost all of them done. The only ones I'm missing are the ones that have moving platforms, because I have not felt tempted to code those yet. But I have all the base game stages, including the big free-for-all versions of Forest Floor and Treetop Lodge. So yeah, I'm super excited to have all these done, maybe make a YouTube video on it and be like, yo guys, do you want to make like base game stage templates? Or do you want to make... messing up my words, but you get the point. They're templates for the base game stages. Hold another jam. Nah. This is just gonna be for fun public use. But anyhow, let's actually get into Kim. Let's go here. Yeah, so this is Kim. Kind of a basic character in terms of like what they do. No projectiles, no sorts of like super crazy gimmicks. They have some special cancels that maybe feel like a little arbitrary if you're not aware of how the character works in KOF. But otherwise, I know for a fact this character is very faithful to KOF, including one very silly mechanic I hope I have the skill to show off. Let's start with their normals. So you have this, you have the forward tilt, the silly down tilt, you have up tilt, which kind of like zips you forward a little bit. This forward strong, meaty kick, down strong, the up strong. Neutral air's hitbox is a little silly. A lot of people were saying that, like, Nair and down air should be switched. Which, like, I half agree. But I would say that it's more like, one of these two moves could maybe be a different move. I just don't know which. Because I don't know enough about the character. Like, I tried having... This is Nair. I tried having Nair be down air. It just doesn't feel as good. It's just like something with the downward input makes it kind of awkward to hit fall. Because it's either like you don't hit fall it the way you want to, or you automatically hit fall it because you're already holding down and this move comes out like frame 4 or some shit. But otherwise, the character feels pretty good. They've come a long way. This is actually Lord Lewis's first character, and I will say they kind of cooked here. Emphasis on kinda, though. There are some things that I have problems with. on, let me... Okay, no, back air's fine. Dash attack's like a little bit awkward. I think it's just because the animation looks a little weird. They suddenly, if you hit this at point blank, it definitely looks kind of off. Like, look at that. But if you hit it at a bit of a distance, it's, it looks like how you'd expect it to. There are a couple moves that feel like a little bit jank, though. Like, all the normals, I think the normals feel pretty damn good. Some of the hitboxes are a little weird. Like, that's kind of silly. But, I know that that's how Lewis wanted the move to be. I was like, you could just make that a single hitbox. Which, by the way, less is more when it comes to Workshop. If you want a general idea of, like, what's a good hitbox design, these could just be 2 hitboxes. And I think that's a little bit of, like... I think that would just look a little nicer. You know what I mean? I think there's some hitboxes that could also benefit from being rounded rectangles rather than circles. Down tilt's one of them. Alex pointed out jab 1. This could definitely be one, especially since like the tip of the foot kicks out a little bit. Here it makes some sense. I think the main thing with Kim in regards to their animation is just the fact that some of the animations don't feel like they take into account the fact that moves come out in these shapes and kind of like working around those shapes. You kind of see it worked around with like back air here. This could maybe actually be 2 hitboxes in contrast to what I said about less is more. Like Nair is a little awkward. I think it's just the problem is that like Nair is like such a stubby little animation, but that's also just kind of how it is in KOF. But like the main thing in regards to the smear shapes is moves like forward air. This fits in pretty well. This move, not so much. Actually, it's forward special that's the bigger thing. Look at these hitboxes. It's just like a little awkward. And there's like some things that are like a little mistimed. Like I'm being really nitpicky here, but that is also because I helped him out with working on this. And it seems like a little bit changed in a way that just feels like the slightest bit jank. And then we have neutral special. So like there are a couple moves that I want to talk about. I don't know if Alex found this out. So this move, the down special. The main thing that down special does is it just cancels into neutral special. It is a very fast cancel. You could do this like instantly and it's near guaranteed that you hit the opponent with it in a lot of cases. Or I've got to figure out what the specific frame this is that this happens. There it is. If you land a 4-frame window at the right time after doing your down special, you just get a white flash and it automatically sets you in an idle stance. This is a really weird ass cancel. But it's kind of fucking cool. I don't know, did Alex figure that out when he did his judging? I'd have to imagine he didn't. Or maybe he did. Who knows? Yeah, that's most of what Kim has. You can do things like canceling forward special and up special. Let me see, does it explain what his other cancels are? His cool pants, in fact. Into some of the specials on hit. Kim's. Alright, one quick thing. Don't do this. This is a big no-no. If you look at the base game characters for their info, Cry can pull a rock from the ground with neutral special. He can attack the rock to shatter it. Curls into a ball. Can't be knocked away. Or if I go to, say, like, Olympia here, a trap bone and crystal, you'll notice that all three of these are tips on how to play the character. And an unfortunate thing that Sambert does is it adds fake lore to the character. Like, did you know Sandbert is made of sand? And this tricked a lot of people into thinking, I can put character lore in here. That's important for info. No. These should be tips on how to play the character. Stuff like Kim Kaphwan has cool pants. Alright, that's awesome. How's that fucking helpful in the middle of a game? You know what I mean? It's a very silly little thing, but it's just, again, me being nitpicky here. Because otherwise, I do think this is a really good first character. I've seen some rough first characters, including in this jam. Again, that's to be expected. So, like, to see someone come out that has, like, pretty solid game feel all around, I don't know, that's sick. Like, to me, this is kind of a W for Lewis. No matter where he places, I think it's awesome. Let's have him fight Ban Ban.
You there.
And let's do, Purple Guy! And we'll do Black Lives Matter here. Let's see. I didn't download too many stages, damn.
Oh, the good old Joe. Oh, the good old Joe.
Actually, hang on a sec. My my microphone is blocking the way just a little bit. Alright, there we go. How do I... Death penalty... How do I... How do I block this guy's ass? I should be in, Oh fuck, I closed chat. I'm dumb. Yeah. Alright, there we go. Yeah, get that fucker out of here. Ah! No DI. Unfortunate.
Oh, the good old Joe. Oh, the good old Joe.
Oh, he's kind of just beating me up. Damn.
Oh, the good old Joe.
Yo! Hey, Jonan Dark. How you doing? Oh yeah, right! Aerial down special. I almost forgot about this move. This move is cool. I like it. Get out of here.
the good old
That's
Joe.
fine by me. Oh, please! Why did I try going for that? Hail Mary! Hail Mary! Get out of here! Oh, good dodge. Not good enough. Oh, this stage is cool. No custom background, but they at least have a custom victory screen. By the way, guys, did you notice real quick? I just want to point this out real quick. Let me go to this stage. Look at this platform. Look at that platform. They specifically pulled out, so like, Lord Lewis is a 3D animator, first and foremost, not a pixel artist. They decided to pull out Blender to run a cloth simulation for their respawn platform, because Kim is the character with the crazy flowy pants that look like they were 3D simulated. It's very silly. Yeah, I think I have a bit of a verdict here. We're kind of flying through these, but also it definitely helps that I had some thoughts formulated ahead of time. So you got Kim Kaphwan by Lord Lewis. I will say, animation-wise, pretty solid. It's definitely a lot of bare-bonesy stuff, kind of like Dong Dong Never Die, like Jetie's version of Mario from Dong Dong Never Die, in terms of its simplicity, maybe even a little more so. But I think the art overall is good. I think the sound design is pretty good overall. I'd give that a solid 8.5, I'm thinking. And I feel pretty good about that. In terms of the game feel, I think they feel alright. A little bit jank. I think there's a little... The hitboxes are definitely an issue. And I think some of the hit pause feels a little bit off in some places. As well as some of the landing lag. Forward air is very laggy with its landing lag. There's also a bit of a recovery issue with this character. Because forward special and neutral special both kind of like go down a little more than they go forward, it makes it a little hard to recover onto the stage. It is very in character with how Kim plays, but it also makes recovering with the character a little more difficult than it should be. So overall, I think I'm going to give that a 7.5. And translation and creativity, I was about to give it a 10 for a sec, because Lewis very detailedly went through what the character does, what sorts of cancels they have, all the stuff that Kim does in his games, and like the moves being adapted as faithfully as they can, which is awesome. But at the same time, I feel like some of these cancels come out as a little bit arbitrary in their creativity. And it's not the best conveyed, especially not helped by the info page being a little bit lacking. I do think the down special thing is really cool though, and that's not me being biased because I helped implement it. That's just like, I don't know, I think shit like that is kind of cool, like a perfect window where you just automatically cancel out of the move rather than getting your Oh, you managed to pass Nakoruru. No, I haven't done Nakoruru yet, actually. I've been going in order on here, going down like this. So, Nakoruru would be like third, unless you want me to look at them next after this. Which I have no problems doing that. I think this character is very close to, like, near perfect creativity. I'm gonna give them a 9.5 here. It's just, some of the cancels feel a little bit arbitrary, but I know that it's faithful to the character. They just don't kind of work as well within Rivals and feel a little tacked on in some places, you know? But otherwise, very solid adaptation. And X Factor, Kim is like one of the guys of KOF. I think this deserves like a 5. I think this is a perfect X Factor character here. So like perfect score in theming here. Which gives them a score of 30.5. Not too shabby. The best so far. Unless you count Adachi, who is 0.5 points ahead. So that's really saying something for Kim to make it this far in my scoring. Absolutely well done, Lewis. Really awesome character. Alright. So... Shonen Dark. Since you're here right now, do you want me to do Nakoruru now? Or are you fine with me saving it for a little later? Because if not, I'm gonna go through Makoto, then I'm gonna go through Makoto, then Magic Baby, then Nakoruru. The choice is yours. The choice is yours. This little, the little Marvin the Martian's going, yippee! Soon, Magic Baby. It's gonna happen. It's gonna be awesome. I do actually really like... I meant to play Womb World Fighters a little bit before starting the stream, but ADHD got the better of me, I'ma be real. But knowing that you're the dev, I'd have to imagine that a lot of these moves were translated over pretty faithfully. Maybe actually, no, you know what? Oh, not at all. Aw, damn. But I mean, like, that's fair. I'll show off real quick, like... No, you know what? I'll show it off when we get to Magic Baby. But in the meantime, I think since Shonen Dark isn't really saying anything, I'm gonna start with Makoto.
Makoto Nanaya.
I didn't have much to go off with the original game, so a lot of the moves were really one-dimensional. That's fair. Actually, no, you know what? I will show this off real quick. My game is still kind of lagging out for some reason. I think it's just because I had the Google form open, and it's kind of upset with that. Yeah, this is my goober. Everyone says Squirrel Girl Marvel rival in response to Makoto. But no, actually, it's Squirrel People from Blaze Blue. The beautiful Cubert.
Makoto Nanaya.
I should do Makoto right now. So we have these alts. It's a little bit hard to see what the alts look like through the CSS, just because of how like zoomed in on the character it is. You have to like go into the game to actually see what the character looks like. Which I think that's fine, but it's like, this is a nitpick. This is me being nitpicky in saying that like I wish this was a little bit more zoomed out so that you could actually see more of like what the character's skin looks like. Because you have to go in the game to see it. I do like this green skin. So let's see the green skin. Also, for anyone who didn't see, I've been working on templates. I'm working on stage templates. We're gonna scroll through that real quick. Let's go to... let's be a shill. Let's go to Spacebound Stadium. Fuck it. I'm sorry, what?
Makoto Nanaya.
You're supposed to stay still. Banishment. You're not supposed to move when I don't tell you. What kind of sneaky shit was that? Make sure to have both the laser and fire colors on my select screens and palette test. Exactly. So yeah, here's Makoto. By the way, do you like how but it's not a... So this was made for a jam, by the way, this stage. So, like, there's no team that this character is associated with. But then the base cast characters all have this.
Makoto
I could show off... I'm getting on such a tangent here. I'm pretty sure Ban Ban was on a team.
You there.
If I go to this stage... Was Ban Ban on a team? No, they weren't. Right. But I'm pretty sure Bar was. He wasn't? Okay, fucking... What characters were again? Shit. Definitely Ozzy. If I'm wrong about this, I swear to God. What characters were on teams again? Why am I struggling to remember? I know Maverick was definitely on a team. Let me pull up Maverick. I'm just showing off the stage to be a shill. There we go. So yeah, every character, every team had like their own logo and stuff, and it all got implemented on these screens. It's fucking cool. I cooked on this stage. It drained a lot of my life and sanity, but like, holy fuck. Anyhow, back to Makoto. Back to Makoto. No distractions.
Nanaya.
No more shilling. And you know what? To stop the shilling, we're going to Brazilian Congress. I've taken you all to Brazil, chat. How's it feel? Health is temporary, cool is forever. Exactly! Okay, one thing I will immediately say with this character. Why do most of their moves just force flinch on the ground? Oh, does that... Hold on. Is that an angle 0 I see? What angle does that send at? Were you just... Okay, they were just DIing out pretty hard, but I bet you that's like angle 30 or something. I will save real quick. Back air does not have a sound effect. It just kind of... You kind of want to have those. You kind of want to have sound effects. It's also kind of weird how this just, like, stalls you in the air like this. I think I saw that this move has, like, slight floaty properties in BlazBlue. It's a little weird how it stops your horizontal momentum, but it doesn't seem to stop your vertical at all. A little weird. The fact that this doesn't launch... Well, I guess it's because of the 3-hit combo thing. But does the 3-hit combo launch you anywhere? It does. Not very far. It's a... I see what they're trying to go for with this. Whoa. Whoa, someone loved using the paintbrush tool in Adobe Photoshop. Look at that anti-alias. Look at that shape peg artifacting. The things that would make any pixel artist cry. And I do notice that some of their animations aren't done in, like, the flat coloring. Smear HD. The artifacts do more damage. Yeah, they're sharper. Actually, hold on. I need to see something real quick. Okay. Oh yeah, and I remember... Oh, it does combo now, I think. Maybe. No, I don't think it does. I guess it does now, but like... Dude, that's a... Hold on. Does that... Okay, they can tech. But if they don't tech... Jab into jab into jab. It's kind of jab into jab into jab into jab. Jab into jab into jab and jab and jab and... There's a lot... So, my first immediate notes when I was playing this character, they do a lot of things that, like, I'd have to imagine these are somehow kinda like BlazBlue, but it's a fundamental misunderstanding of the game flow of Rivals. Because most like, down tilt like this would not send you into forced flinch. And it is forced flinch. At 999, you were... Hit him with the fucking virtual insanity forward tilt. Yeah, most moves, That's an infinite, by the way. Yeah, so... There's silly little things like that. Also, did I see that right? Did I go into parry stun? Okay, I did. There's just a lot of things that do stuff like that. Like, forward air forces flinch. Oh yeah, this hitbox. I don't know if this got fixed or not. I might be playing on the wrong version of the character. If I am, please feel free to let me know. But like, oh no, this is definitely an updated version of the character, because this used to be part of the hurt box. So they do that. You know, here's where the attack comes out. And then there's the hitbox. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Not to mention that the swipe sound comes out a little bit after they get hit, which is a big, this is a thing I don't like. So you'll notice they have, like, this swipe sound. I don't think they got the windows mixed up. I think they just put the, I'd have to imagine they just put the swipe sound on the same window as... Or maybe they got it mixed up? Because it comes out window 3. Assuming this is window 3 and not window 2. Yeah, you'll notice that, like... Hang on. I need to find a way to, like... I think this is meant to be like a full jab combo, but you can't get it out in a short hop. Yeah, I think that's meant to be like a full jab combo, but it doesn't come out in a short hop, so you can't do the full jab combo. Yeah, it totally is, because that didn't force flinch. Let's see, that forces flinch. It's because they are. It's because they are, Juice Baby. Oh boy, wait a minute. Startup, then recovery, then active. I'd have to imagine they just mixed up. Maybe, Actually, my theory for neutral air is that maybe they put the code on window 1, but forgot to change it to window 1 in, like, the variable. Oh yeah, right. I need to start getting into their specials. I also... Just the fact that... Why are you like this? Yeah, needless to say, I have some problems with how their moves are, like, up front. Not to mention the fact that this is kind of a disgusting spike. And I'm pretty sure all of these hitboxes are squares. Like, every single one is a square. Which you could say something like, oh, that's faithful to how it is in Trad Fighters, because they're all squares. They're all hitboxes. What are these hit spheres that you got in this game? But, like, minus 100. Minus 50 points for Slytherin. I guess this would be Hufflepuff, because... Why am I talking about Harry Potter? Fuck J.K. Rowling, by the way. But yeah, to me, there's definitely just, like... I see some ways that this character kind of wants to play.
Makoto Nanaya.
The J.K. Rowling workshop character. We have that. It's called Stinker. Wait, no. No disrespect to Tactagic. Never mind. I was thinking, what's like a trash stinky character? Ah yeah, Stinker the Skunk, but that's also Tactagic's like favorite character. Or one of them. What was it? Right, I was gonna pull up. Where the fuck is he? There he is. There's Goku. No characters, but no, they're objectively bad characters. They exist. And it's not bad because they feel bad, it's bad on the principle of the developer, or the character that has been made. You say there are no bad characters, but then you find out Marie Setagaya is a character that exists. And everything becomes ruined for you. Don't look up that character, by the way. You will immediately regret it. But yeah, I wanted to show off Goku because they have... They similarly have a... I thought it was 3 hits. But you'll notice that for Goku, when I do my first hit in there, it kind of bounces me up. So I'm guaranteed to get the second hit off of it. Make a bad character then. I already have. It's Turnip Boy. Or no, it's Cubit with teeth. That's a bad character. Wrong. I will say Turnip Boy is the character that I'm the least happy with their design. It's like that's the joke for me. What was I gonna say? Oh, I was gonna try to pull up Super Smash Land Sora, but I don't have any Smash Land characters installed anymore. The point is, I think to make Nair feel a little bit better, there could be something done to like make it so that Makoto like bounces up in the air slightly, so that they can at least get all 3 hits of this Nair combo out. I think there are some aspects of this character that like could be cool and maybe have a lot of potential, but it's just...
Makoto Nanaya.
Oh, let me see if they fix this. They didn't change this. This is the help message of all time. Makoto can cancel her attacks and chain her moves together to perform combos, as well as having numerous follow-ups. In other news, the sky is blue and water is wet. I think what they mean to say is that they have like a lot of moves that can't... They have a lot of like cancels on the character. But it's like, mention what cancels they have. Down special is Comet Cannon and can be hit. It can? But using special during recovery can launch it early. And can be charged for varying strength. Air neutral special is an air dash. It travels a good distance. It requires a double jump and you... Wait. Hang on. Yeah. It's a little bit like... I think I get what they were trying to say with those things. Let me look at down special again. Right. I think the idea is that... Yeah, you can hit this and it changes the launch angle that it's at. What was it about?
Makoto Nanaya.
It can be hit by using special during the recovery, can launch it early. And it can be charged? Hang on. So here's like the base version. Now pray tell, how does this get charged? Oh, that's the follow-up. Interesting. But this is like a neat... This is a neat, like, concept of a projectile. I do really like the idea of this in practice, even if it's something I've seen a few times on other characters.
Nanaya.
Like, who's it? I'm pretty sure Blaziken has this, actually. If you want, like, a good reference for how to tackle them. Down special, then immediately hit neutral up or down special. I see. Let me show this off real quick. Yeah, Blaziken has this. And it's like a... The idea is you set this down, and you get a projectile out of it that you can launch in different ways. Love Blaziken Ball. Yeah, it's silly. Then you also have the... Oh, I forgot that it was down special. You have the empowered version of it. But yeah, Blaziken does a very similar move to this. But then let me...
Makoto Nanaya.
Meatball. That's a spicy meatball! Yeah, let's examine this meatball a little further. Oh, you do... Oh, I see. I'm a little shocked there's no forward variant of this. What move is that you're using there? Oh, wait. Oh, in the air it's just a dash, but on the ground... Hang on. How do I get that version of it specifically? What am I... Oh. That's a mash mechanic. Uh-oh. Did you know? Oh, it's a forward or back follow-up. Hold up. Oh, you... Okay, for some reason I thought I saw an X pop up on the character, and I'm like, did you not overlay a sprite properly? Oh, and you got that. And you also have, like, this weird back variant of forward special, I think. I gotta look at their Steam page for this, actually. Hold on. Yeah, there's a lot I need to look at this character on their Steam page. Which is a little bit of a shame, but It's nothing too wrong. There is a lot going on with this character, from what I have seen. You get a shallower jump. That did not look shallower. Let's see. So yeah, info on jump cancel. There's so many jump cancels and special cancels, chains into other moves. The slight spike. Slight spike, it is. Dash attack definitely does not have a slight spike. That is just a spike. Actually,
Makoto
here's one thing we can do. Let's pull out the frame data woodcock and see what it looks like. So how slight of a spike is this? So a lot of your... Forward tilt has... Oh yeah, right, because it's those three. Those that I saw that had, like... I thought I saw something with, like... Oh, what the... 2 base knockback on forward air? Oh yeah, the down tilt infinite is still in the game, by the way, I think. That's still there. Just show it off again real quick. Yeah, 2 base knockback. That's not a fair... That is a fair and balanced thing. If balanced is highly undertuned. Let's see. Forward air... It feels like almost all of these are some form of jump cancelable or special cancelable. Chain on hit and then nair and fair. Slight spike, jump cancelable, special cancelable, chains into up air. Back air spikes. Oh yeah, you have... That's very silly. Let's keep looking. Forward roll during Asteroid Fission A. Oh, this is just going over what each of those versions of the moves do. It's funny, this doesn't mention aerial neutral special, I don't think. Unless, is that later down? It is. Cancels into all air attacks but stops momentum once canceled. Can't be used with double jump. Okay, I have a design problem with this air dash. And the problem is the fact that this burns all of your resources to do. Which is kinda... That's kinda... does not feel good. It's like, I'll use neutral special to recover melee Kirby air dash. No, it doesn't put you into pratfall. It's more like... Imagine if, like, Little Mac... Little Mac Side B, you know how you don't get your jump back? Or you can't use it again after you use it? Imagine if it also took your jump in order to use. And your air dodge. You have to invest all your options into this air dash. And at that point, I might as well ask, why not just make the air dash your air dodge? Because there are already characters that do things like that. Albeit the one example I can think of is out of a stance. But, like, if you look at Iroh, I'm also gonna get rid of the woodcock. Get out of here. he doesn't have an air dash right away. But if you hit, while they're in status, if you hit a chain move, they can now air dash. So it's like, I don't think having aerial neutral special be an air dash that only has these limited options and burns all of your resources, it's... I don't know, it just doesn't feel good. I think there's ways that you could handle that a little better with respect to rivals. Let's look back at some of these other moves. Down forward and special launches at a more vertical angle for side special. By the way, for those of you who don't know, I am looking at the Steam page for this character because not enough is mentioned here. For anyone who didn't see it earlier, Makoto can cancel her attacks and chain her moves together to perform combos. Put that in my yearbook, you know? You could do 20% and 15 knockback and it'd be worth. Nah, it's more like... I just say it doesn't need to burn your double jump and air dodge. Like, make it so you can only use it once per air time, and maybe make it like a little bit omnidirectional, or give it like a different ways that you can move out of it, essentially. Because or maybe just don't have it there altogether, because you already have your side special, which kind of gets the job done that it kind of already gets aerial neutral specials job done, you know? Like, it's already a horizontal dash move. And I can jump afterwards! And the important thing about
Makoto Nanaya.
The important thing with the air dash, if I get hit out of this, I've immediately burnt all of my resources trying to get back on stage. I'm fucked if I use this move. I see the design you're kind of going for with it. I see where... I don't know enough about Blaze Blue. I'd imagine maybe it's like Blaze Blue Faithful, to have it so that you burn all your air resources in order to use the dash. But at the same time, in Rivals, where it's a much more like air and movement focused game, immediately losing all your resources like that is a super costly thing. It's incredibly costly and not very good for how the character feels. Speaking of how the character feels, I think I've gathered enough where we should just go into a game with this and see how it goes. I'm going to play a base game character. Because I do not feel confident fighting like Ban or any like character with good AI with this character. Okay, that's kind of silly, actually. That's fine. Uh-oh. I think the Devin mentioned something about that. So what's their taunt? That's cool. There we go. This lasts for kind of a while. That's cool.
Makoto Nanaya.
I think that's neat.
Makoto Nanaya.
I think it's time for a verdict though, chat. And to be honest, I'm sorry, it's not looking too good here. This is where I have to be objective and a little more constructive. Absolutely no disrespect to Swordsman 09. But it's just, this is a little rough. I think this is their first workshop character. Let me double check on that. This is Swordsman 09's first workshop character. We do have a lot of first workshop characters in here. Like, Kim Kaphwan is one. Kim did super well for a first character. This is about where I expect a lot of first characters to be. Is around what Makoto is. It's something of like, a lot of people getting into this game don't have the best fundamental understanding of Rivals and how it flows, so they just make something that feels like what they know from the games that they know. And unfortunately, most of the time that means that it's a character that doesn't feel great in the Rivals engine. And this is definitely one of those situations. So for polish, there are a lot of all the animations are there in-game, technically, but a lot of them are also... What's a silly character I could pick that maybe, like... A lot of them aren't colored in, as you can see. It's just what they tried doing everything they could to get as much of the character done in time that they could. And some of the sprite work doesn't look too bad. Maybe a little stiff in some places. But overall pretty alright. I think there's a little bit of like sound design polish that's missing. There's like the fact that back air doesn't have a sound effect. Some of the sound effects seem a little weird. The timings of like hit sounds and swipe sounds being a little off. I do think it's like the art is a little bit rough around the edges though. Around the same level as... It's like around... For me, yeah, it's around the same level as like Nidra, I'd say. And to be honest, what doesn't help is the, is these like really smooth attempts at smears, and just kind of the lack of smears overall. The art on this character is really good, TBH. I think it's alright. You gotta consider, I've seen a lot of workshop characters, so I'm jaded in my standards. And like, I think it's pretty good. I gotta keep in mind that like, a lot of the characters I've seen are kind of the best of the best. No, I'm not spoiled by Sai, I'm spoiled by everyone else. I'm spoiled by people who make shit like Awatsu, Amanita, Lorena. Shit that I've made as well. I'm a little spoiled by. Cause like with all dudes, everyone makes really cool shit within the workshop community, so it's kind of like there's a bit of a standard with how certain characters look. And this is just a little outside of it, I think. There's also things like,
Makoto Nanaya.
I think what they have there is pretty neat. Yeah, I'm feeling like this is a 6 for me. I think a 6 is fair. The art is a little rough. The shading is kind of rough when you look at it in-game. Like, a lot of stuff was done pretty well. It's mostly... The score being bogged down is partially also because of, just, like, the missing flat colors and a lot of the sound design being a little bit off in enough ways where it matters to me. Game feel... I'm gonna be real, this is gonna be the lowest score in game feel, by far. This feels like a very big misunderstanding of the flow of Rivals as a whole, with a lot of moves just having all these sorts of, like, jump cancels and special cancels, and you need this whole, like, list of, like, what moves can jump cancel and what can't in a way that's, like... It's a bit much in terms of its design, and I feel like a lot of these things could just, like, not be there and still be functional. Maybe the special cancels would still be cool to keep around. The main thing is the force flinch. It's also the hit pause on certain moves. Stuff like that is, that's where a lot of the rough things start to happen with the character, because it's like, why do so many moves force flinch on the ground? I get the idea of, like, having a very grounded, traditional fighter-esque game plan, but you're playing a platform fighter. This is Rivals. This is not BlazBlue. Which I guess also leads something into translation, but for game feel and their overall design, I think some of the things that are implemented are cool, but this character just... they really don't feel great. That's a 3 for me. Like being critical as a judge, that is a 3. Translation and creativity, I'd have to imagine a lot of this is translated very faithfully in terms of, like, how... Sorry about that. In terms of how BlazBlue moves in its, mechanics and how, like, the special cancels work, what moves cancel into what sorts of options you have out of specific moves. But it's in a way that feels a little bit slapped on. So, to me, I think this... It's still gonna score fairly high in terms of its translation, but I think it's a 7. Just because it feels kind of like a lot of stuff is just kind of tacked on for the sake of being, there. And BlazBlue representation, honestly, super valid. I think this is, like, BlazBlue is a perfect game to have represented in the jam. It perfectly fits the theme. Do I think Makoto is, like, the all-time greatest character that could go in here? Is this, like, the perfect representation of the FGC? I'm not entirely sure, but it is at least a 4.5 out of 5 in that category. But overall, that leaves you with 20.5 out of 35. Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for Makoto. Very rough around the edges, but for a first character, just the fact they got a character done is awesome. I will say that much. Like, to loop back around to being positive, it's making a character is not easy. And I hope that if you do decide to make a character again, this can be a little bit of a learning experience to try and maybe familiarize yourself with the game a little bit better. And maybe next time around you'll really cook. Because I feel like a lot of, like, making a character the first time around is, like, testing out the water, seeing what things work, doing whatever you want. The next time you make a character, if you do make one, it's all refinement. You've toyed around with the systems. Now you can learn how to really dig into them and make something that feels super polished. That's the hope, at least. But, in the meantime, yeah, that's Makoto. Let's get into the baby. It's them. Oh my god. I'm drinking some water first. My throat is getting a little sore. It's the magic baby. My only... I have one criticism right off the bat. Maybe I just forgot to give you this, but, where's the Yoda skin, Mansley? What did you do with the Yoda skin? I would have loved to see like the pale green with the Yoda skin. You don't remember when I sent you the Yoda skin? We got Game Boy, ain't that enough? No, it's never enough. Where's my pale green fucker? Nah, it's fine. I'm being silly. Yeah, let's get into Magic, baby. I do have a number of things to say about this character. And I would have had a little more if it wasn't for the fact that you made an idle animation, which actually changes one of the things that I was gonna say about the character. So let's dig right in. First off, I just want to say it's really cool that we have a character that's like an original character made by... How do I want to put it? It's just the fact that it kind of breaks the rules because it's an original character, but it's an original character from a fighting game that this person made, which I think is cool as fuck. I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit. I'm putting this as a 5 right away in X Factor because I think it's awesome to see like people make characters from their own fighting games and not rule breaking. It is not. By technicality. Yeah, I think that's super sick. As someone who I was gonna show off originally, so my goober, this square guy, it's just a whole mishmash of different like game projects that I've made throughout a few years. Notably, like, I don't know, he has a gun. He has the saw blade, which comes from a game that I made. Oh, yo, hey, J Cool, thanks for the follow. You have, like, this drop down. You have an eraser from a game that I made. That. Shotgun, a chest. You have ball. You have jetpack. You pluck turnips. You put down balloons. I don't know, there's just a lot of like really silly stuff from games that I made, but also a lot of original stuff. Some of these are like, I adapted the ideas of these games and condensed them down into ways that like look well animated, but are still definitely references to things I've done. Yeah, I don't know, that's I have a lot of respect for people who make characters from their own game projects that they've made. Because that was my first way of getting in the workshop. But now we get back to Magic, baby. I'm not sure how much of this is taken from Wound World Fighters, because again, I still haven't played the game. But I have to imagine the idea here was that, like, if Magic Baby from that game was put into Rivals of Aether, this is how they would play. And, like, it feels alright. I think the floatiness of the character does a little bit of harm to them, but not too much. It just makes them a little weird to play, and it makes the spacing of certain moves a little bit awkward. Oh, by the way, very silly thing I found. So, you know, dash attack, right? It boosts you into the air. You can hit fall this. So you can do something like that. No, I think he would be fine otherwise, because a lot of his moves are actually very stubby. This is another thing I was going to mention. Because of the fact that the animations aren't very extended, there's a lot more that you can do with the animations here. And you can really notice it on like back air. Look at the range of this move. Look at how tiny it is. And I can't hit Maple out of a short hop. I have to like space it slightly differently. I think for the kind of move you're going for, I'd say a good reference for a move like that would be Knee Brawler. I did animate based on proportions, not on balance. And yeah, that's fair. It's just, I feel like you could do a little bit... You could have a bit like of the Mario smash effect, where like when he does a punch, his fist grows bigger, so that the hitbox kind of matches up. Otherwise it'd be like very stubby in proportions. There's also a lot of like overextension of the body. Oh, the big inflated fist. You could do the big inflated foot. Like, you see the pose that Mii Brawler's in here? I think you're going for a move like this. He starts like this, and then look at how much his body twists over to the left like that. And it's just to really sell the range of the attack, to give it like a ton more extension to it, all that sorts of stuff. And then if we compare back to Magic Baby, let's go back here. This is how much they move out. You kind of see the comparison that I'm making? And this is all stuff that's like, once you get really good... It's hard to do stuff like this because it's all, it's not just making it longer, it's more rotating the body like 45 degrees almost. Like keeping the head where it is, but finding a way to like shift the body over. If you want, like, referencing the other characters' animations is super helpful for something like this, I feel like. New trailer looks good. Let me actually see real quick. Okay, one quick thing. So I'm in my jump. At some point, I'm gonna do forward air. The thing I'm noticing right now is that the startup pose here, if you do this out of a short hop, and I do forward air, it kind of just looks like the idle pose. This is why I'm kind of happy you didn't idle, but it's still a big problem. The main thing that I've noticed with this character that's an issue for me is the animation. It's just, there's not enough animation to certain things, which, like, to be fair, animation is fucking hard. I'm not trying to make it sound easy to do at all, but it's something like, hold on, I have an earlier version of the character, I think. I still have this version of the character, but like, the animation on jab and forward strong haven't changed, but like, I'm gonna start charging forward strong here, and I want you to tell me when I start doing it. Too late. This is what forward strong looks like. I pressed that like multiple frames ago, but you can't tell because it's the same startup pose, and they don't change in animation at all. But I totally... Okay, yeah, you got lazy with some moves because it was burnt out because you were burnt out for a couple weeks. I totally get that. That's so understandable. And again, animation is fucking difficult. I do not blame you at all for that. But for the sake of judging, I do have to hold up to some standard here, and it definitely is an issue. The fact that, like, they're not really animated as much on certain moves. Thanks for understanding. I'm covering bases here is all. And I haven't even, like, touched on the special moves yet, actually. Hold up. So, special moves. We have this. The fog. I forget what you called it exactly. What the exact name of this move is. But yeah, it's like a poison smog field. The opponent gets hit into it. They, original from the RPG is called Magic Spray. There we go! Referencing more games that you've made. Let's go. Oh yeah, this is another thing. Forward special. It is just kind of a basic projectile. No swing sound on that, by the way. But the main thing for me with it is, It goes way too far. I feel like I should be able to at least hit this guy point blank with it. But like, if I'm in his face, like look at that. It's like the spacing's a little bit too awkward on it. I figured that was a problem before. Well, the problem before, for those of you who don't know, there was a bit of a masking issue where like the end of the comet was part of the hurt box. Yeah, you could spam it at close range because it was super fast. One thing you could do to make it less spammable is there's a variable called move_cooldown with square brackets, and then you put the name of an attack index in there. And that makes it so that you can give a move cooldown. So that you can't just like spam it all the time. A lot of characters do this actually. Like if I go to Cubit, if I do this move, which is a projectile, I can't spam it because there's a cooldown on it. You'll see I like walk forward. No, I don't think it'd be that weird. It just depends on how long you set it for. Depending on how long the cooldown is, it doesn't feel that bad because you can do things like just another move out of it. It just makes it so you can't spam that move. It doesn't put you on cooldown for all of your moves, just that one. This actually is a better example on a character with a longer cooldown. We're pulling out this guy. You know how it is. I couldn't go through one stream without mentioning this fucker. But like, you see this long cooldown? I can still attack in the middle of it. It's just I can't use neutral special again during that duration. At that point, I'd rather make it a hard-coded charge thing. That is fair. I just think, like, that's a good alternative if you didn't want to make a charge move. You get a new one after 90 frames or something, and doing the input does a different move. I see. That'd be kind of silly. And then we got down special. Just looking at all the special moves. We have the forward special, which was kind of a crazy-ass projectile during beta. We have this down special, which is... I think it's some kind of electric field? Alex talked about having a... Yeah, you mentioned being burnt out. This does feel like a little bit of a product of burnout. But, like, I get it. It's like Nest PK Magnet kinda. Big ol' electric shockwave. Pretty rudimentary, but like... It's alright. It's cool. Oh. Might be. What's the hitbox on this look like, actually? Whoa! Whoa, wait a minute. Hello, big guy. And then does it eventually... Interesting. I think it's also get out of disadvantage tool. Oh yeah, it feels like a get out of anything tool with this. You have moves that look like this. The range on that, the range on this, the range on this move, and it's like, okay. Oh, and it's still... Oh, no. Oh, no, it still has shine properties. Oh, no. Oh, no, magic baby. No way am I animating that wave radiating outwards. I mean, that's fair. So, if you want a recommendation to make that super easy... You just use the circle tool. Like, making big dissipating waves like that is a lot easier than it seems. Gotta pull up this fucker again. But, like, if I I need to go into an actual match to do it frame by frame. Actually, no, I can do this move. Like, this hit effect has a big radiating thing. It, like, dissipates outwards. Maybe that's not the best showcase of it. I think this is a better one. It's like what you can do. Yeah. You can just take the circle tool, make like slightly smaller and thinner circles, and then just start like using the eraser tool and just erase parts of your... and just erase parts of it until it's like that. Yeah, it's super easy. It looks complicated, but it's like super easy to get done. And I think you could totally get away with that. And you could also maybe do something where, like... Oh, what I think would be cool is maybe the smaller version of this is, like, a stronger hitbox up close. Maybe you get some better options out of it, but then you have, like, the weaker keep-away hitbox that's the bigger version. Not necessarily a 2-hit, more like a 1-hit, but the inner hit is, like, the good hit. You want to be up close to be able to land this, like, inward hit. But you also have the secondary hit to be kind of a keep away. Goku, or where it goes into the bigger one if you don't hit the first. What's a better comparison? You know what, we're gonna go to the vault of Wattmelon characters that haven't been released. You get a sneak peek at my Puff-like. But I have this move. Rare unconfirmed content reel. Oh, this has been unconfirmed content for like 3 years at this point. Yeah, it's rest. It is literally just rest. They're a pufferfish and they have rests. But the idea is that that middle hitbox is the rest part, but the outer hitbox is this like weaker keep away hit. You could kind of do something like that, though what I'm thinking is more like the middle hitbox comes out first, and then afterwards the bigger hitbox comes out. Almost like the opposite of a lingering hitbox. Almost like a No, it is a lingering hitbox, actually. What prevents both from hitting? They're both on the same hitbox group. If they're both put on the same hitbox group, that means that, like, they're effectively part of the same attack. Yeah. So something like, going back to this guy, he has this neutral air, which, like, it has this big first hit, then it quickly dissipates into a smaller hit that lingers for a bit longer. It's like, the first hit has that hitbox, the second hit is weaker. How does the first one get priority? It's just not out on the... There are a couple ways you could do it. One is that there is a priority index. If you wanted both of the hitboxes to be out at the same time. Otherwise, you just make it so they're not out at the same time. Yeah. I think we're getting the idea. You're picking up what I'm putting down. Let's get into a game with Magic Baby. Oh, this is a small thing with alternate colors. We're gonna go to this stage. And I want to point out real quick. Look at how see how much he blends into the background here? Like, look at how dark he is. Look at me moving around. Where am I? You can't see me. My time is now. This is definitely more of a issue on, like, darker stages. And there are some alts that can have this issue on characters. But I think making the colors this dark is, like, it's a little tough to see. It doesn't help that your character is, like, all one color, to be fair. And so, there are some ways you can get around this. Sometimes, like, with this guy, I have, like, this alt that's all black in the middle, but he has this thick green outline. And I do the same for, like, this color, and this color. This is the one. He has a Game & Watch alt. Funny enough, it gives him Game & Watch sounds. Making references to other characters that have darker colors. Yeah, that's totally fair. Yeah, there's an outline color variable that lets you change the outline color. It doesn't pop up on the character select screen, so I actually, for any alt that changes the border color like this, I have some code that makes it so that, it overlays another portrait of the character select screen that just has a gray outline. Yeah, it's like the black outlines here are kind of hard-coded. Unnamed alt pal. I forgot that I did this. Oh, this is a silly goober character, by the way. I want to look at your characters. Fuck looking at mine. Let's get into an actual game. I don't know if you intended this, but this kind of gives me like trans-right color palette vibes, which is awesome. Hell yeah. Oh. Okay, you're just gonna let me do that to you? Actually, no, you know what? I'm confident. Let's fight a character that has good AI. I want to go back to Ban Ban.
Hey.
There's also one that's a lesbian. Yo, base. The in file is transcendent. Let me see if I can find the Is this the lesbian one? Hell yeah. Let's do this for the lesbians. Let's beat up Ban Ban for the lesbians. Oh, he's pairing this. Oh, that's kinda... Right, I think I'm gonna... I won't be losing the Ban Ban, not with moves like this.
Oh, the good old drone.
What are you doing with the drones, buddy?
Very naughty. Oh, the good old drone.
There we go. For all of womankind. You missed the ladder combo. He DI'd. Oh, he hit me out of that? Okay. You think you can hit me with that? I got white woman normals. Fuck. Eat projectile from social distance. White woman normals, for real, for real. You know what? You should make it so that on the you should do a reskin for the lesbian skin so that its down tilt is replaced with the white woman normal. Get out of here, Ban Ban. There's a bit of a I gotta, like, try to pull up an image of it. There's something that's jokingly referred to as the white woman normal, and it's like some kind of downward kick. Oh, the good old drone. And I will say this, I want to land back air more often, but just the speed of it and the range of it and the floatiness.
Oh, the good old drone.
Like, this move is tiny. Yeah, it's the two-leg kick. Get out of here. It's like you gotta be moving fast for back air. You gotta be really precise with it. It trades a lot because of how small it is. One of my mains have it, funny enough. You can get out of a dash attack. Oh yeah, I can totally see that. Like, if you're right up in front of them, they don't DI out. They can be, like, right in range for it. Let me find the white woman normal. There it is. Oh my god. Images for white woman normal, and one of them is fucking Hager. Hold on, let me... Yeah! Let me get this image. I'm gonna put it on screen in just a sec. Yeah, there it is. Here it is. This is the white woman normal. Yeah, that's... So you need to make a version of Down Tilt where the animation is replaced with the white woman normal. And it's just it's so funny to me that... Fucking Hanger. The whitest of women. Oh my gosh. But anyhow, let's enough babbling. Let's get down to business. Hara loops. Hit him with the metal pipe sound effects. Oh yeah, I do also want to mention in terms of the polish, I don't think there was a custom victory theme or custom victory backgrounds. So that's like a little unfortunate. Yeah, I have no idea how to do that. There's a pretty simple like set victory theme, set victory back, or set victory image, I think it is. There's like 2 variables for that. I could like send you all these things at a later time if you ever want to update Magic Baby. Yeah, and it's just a simple like, I think it's 480 by 720 for the resolution of the victory background image. I was just focused on finishing the moves, but now I can update whenever. Yeah, exactly. Just make sure you don't update the Jam build. Make sure it's the public build. Hey, Lesser Doggo! I'm doing alright. How are you? Just judging characters. Having a good time. Speaking of judging characters, we gotta get into Juice Baby. I think this I'll be honest, I think this character is probably, it's unfortunate, but I think in terms of their polish, Magic Baby is probably on the lower end, just because of some of the lacking animations, the lack of like extent, like the reach in some of those animations, all that stuff, and the whole thing with like forward strong, and also jab being just the idle pose. Yeah. So I think this character... I think objectively they might be the lowest ranked in this. I might have to get... Because it's like there are some very big flaws in how their polish is. Because of things like the forward strong animation. It's like every animation is done per se, but it's a difference between being done and being done well. I think I might have to give that a 5. Just considering that I gave other characters 6s when they also had animation problems, but had like very... like some more in-depth sprites to them. Like you saw like Makoto, they had some like unfinished animations with like flat sprites, but it was like a very detailed character to sprite, so I kind of get the lack of things done there. And they also had like the custom victory screen, custom background. Oh, well, hi and bye, Lester Taco. Catch you next time. See, I think a 5 is fair. Game feel? This character feels pretty good. But I think because of the animations, they suffer a lot with range. I think the floatiness is also a little bit of an issue. I think a 7 is warranted here. It's good, but it's not great. And there's definitely flaws with it. Translation and creativity, I might have to rate this based on like how original is the moveset. I did notice you had mentioned that there were some references to other games that you've made, which I think that's still awesome. I don't know how much is referenced from RimWorld Fighters. You did mention that a lot of these had to be original moves, but because it's your character, it's kind of your vision on how you think they'd be translated into another fighting game. I'm willing to split this down to another 7. Why not? And I gave it a 5 in X Factor already, so that is 24 points out of 35. Well, only one move was really translated from RimWorld Fighter. Actually, 2. What 2 moves, if you don't mind me asking? Is it like forward special and down air? Oh, down tilt and forward special. I see. That's still pretty neat, though. I don't know, I think this character's really cool. I don't have too many words for them. Obviously, I think there's a lot of flaws that put them behind in terms of the Jam ranking, but I seriously really like this character. I think it's super awesome. Amazing work. And again, like I mentioned with Makoto, if you ever make another character, this is a good learning experience. Like, you'll learn some things that might help you with the next one you make. Now it's time for a heavy hitter. I definitely do. Hell yeah. Base Baby would be crazy in Rivals. I am excited to see that. But in the meantime, we got some Nakoruru to look at. That's so fucking cool. I was watching the Alex Alchemy stream where Jan... I mean, I had to bring Jan in per Alex's request. This character's so cool, dude. All the references here to a whole bunch of other like Sam Show characters. I don't know, this shit's cool as hell. And then once we get into an actual game, she flies in on Mamaha. Though, one quick thing I want to point out, maybe they were aware of this and just didn't know how to fix it, but did you notice that Mamaha wasn't so they're green right now, right? But when they fly in... Actually, wait, no. I have a good joke here. Hold on. Let's see, how blue do they get? Oh, they become blue. Hold on. No, I need to cook on a joke. So, hold on. Is there any way I can like turn off the audio for? I'm gonna have to mute the desktop audio for 1 second. I hope that didn't play. I don't think it did. Alright. Are y'all ready? Because, Mama Haha... they get turned blue now! That's my attack! That was fucking cringe as hell, I'm sorry. Now my game's lagging because I had fucking Windows... that shit open. No! This is my punishment. Yeah, indeed. Your game is lagging. That's my attack. Why are you blue? Anyhow, yeah. Oh, we back? Oh, let's go. We're so back. So, one quick thing I want to mention. They, I don't think that the team realized that Munophone is only enabled in training mode, they were asking how to make it so that Munophone isn't a thing. But in normal matches, it doesn't pull up. But they still got rid of it, so there's this thing saying, yeah, taunt to activate the Munophone. I'm taunting. It's not happening. So that's a little weird, but it's excusable. Once the jam is over, you can, I think there's ways you can find, like, the code for that and get rid of it. Just make it so that this doesn't show up at all. But anyhow, let's look at their normals. Their movement seems pretty cool. What do you mean it seems pretty cool? I've toyed around with this character quite a bit. Hang on. I think those are layered sound effects. I told the programmer to remove it because it bothers me a lot. Yeah, the Munophone. Well, the thing is, Munophone only happens in training mode. If you were to go into, like, a normal match, it's a... I think... Let me pull up. You remember how I mentioned Cubit with teeth? This is Cubit with teeth. It's a... It's a broken version of Cubit. But they have Munophone.
What's up, fuckers?
But yeah, it's just... It pulls up this, and you can power it off. But if I go into, like, a normal game... Jesus Christ. I taunt, and it's not there. Shut the fuck up! Oh my god. Yeah, that character is a meme, by the way. Every move on their kit is meant to be, like, broken as shit. Tournament viable. No, that's a character that gives Ronald McDonald a run for their money. Also, I'm in versus mode. I want to be here. I like this ult a lot. Let me use this one. Blue! But yeah, I'll say right out the bat, this character feels pretty damn good. The only move I found that feels kind of weird is down strong. This one just feels off to me. I don't know what it is about it. It just feels like the least cooked of the bunch. Like, every other move looks really good, feels really good, and then... What's this? It's partially this... It's a little bit of startup, but also just, like... She hits the rotate, and just kind of, like, slowly rotates. I think it's just that the animation feels too slow here. You know what I mean? Because, like, I think the startup is okay. It's a little bit problematic that it's the same pose as their crouch, which is also the same as forward special. Oh yeah, you go do that. Finals are so much more important than being here right now. I totally get that. Yeah, see you, Juice Baby. Thanks for stopping by. Awesome work on the character. Actually, I want to go to a different stage for this character now that I think about it. Let's go here. But I do really like how this character's normals feel. I like how their specials feel as well. For the most part. Down special feels good. How much does this stall you in the air for? Is it only for the first time you use it? Oh, it's got like diminishing returns. I see. For a lot of their other moves, I have a couple things to mention. Mostly an animation thing. That looks good. That looks alright. Not just alright, that looks good. That looks good. So it's that. I'm not sure what that hitbox is doing there, to be honest, but... But I guess it's to make the move hit in the air. In this case, I've actually maybe, this might have been something that could have been fixed a little bit with the animation. Instead of doing something like this, you could have maybe gone the route of... Let's pull up Ori as an example. Because Ori has this move. Very similar in concept. But the idea is that you have this forward flick that leads into the upper flicks that has a back hit behind it. I think that would help make the character feel a little bit better, and it would give you an opportunity to have like a slightly earlier hit, you have a forward hit and a back hit. You don't need to do this thing where they have like a weird bottom hitbox for some reason. I think that would go a long way. The other thing I want to mention in terms of the animation stems from forward. I've noticed it most in forward air, forward strong, and up strong. It's generally with smears, you want them to be on, at least like the way I see it, you want them to be on the actual hits. So what I've noticed is that the smear here is fine, but then once you get to like... Okay, maybe this is a little more fine than I thought. It kind of looked a little awkward. It's more forward air that's a bit more of an issue. This part feels like it should have a hitbox. This is a pretty big looking smear, but then the hitbox is actually here. Let me... Does this happen on... That's a bit of a weird hitbox. And you have that, then that, then that. And not directly behind. The bigger one I can think of, though, is this forward strong. Where's the hitbox, Mansley? Oh yeah, no, it's just like, if I use this move up here, it completely whiffs on Ori. Sorry, I have the hiccups. It completely whiffs on Ori, when it feels like this should at least hit more from like the front, and maybe cover the top of that platform. Yeah, it's just kind of non-existent. Also, did I see that right with the spacing of these? Okay, no. This one's also... these hitboxes are very particular here. Like, this is very shrink-wrapped. And then this could probably just be one hitbox, if not two, to like cover the smear a little more. Yeah, these hitboxes are kind of awkward. Some hitboxes, they're just like a little awkward, but a lot of them are really good. What does down air look like? I see. Just get off stage. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, outside of the slight problems I have with the animations and some of the hitboxes and down strong, this character feels so good. Like, I like the way they flow. But once we start getting to the specials, there are some things I have some gripes with. This is cool. I really like this in concept, and the fact that you have like this forward variant that does like the dive bomb, and like it goes through platforms and stuff. The unfortunate thing is that the tornado doesn't go through platforms. So like if I were to try to do it from like here, where's my tornado? Mama, you were supposed to help me. Mama, please. It's like Mama's just a little too high up, and that causes the tornado to clip onto the platform up here. And what that means is that like in a situation where I'm like trying to throw a tornado out to hit the opponent, it just gets clipped on this platform. Either if like the tornado didn't clip on the platforms and kind of like had some room to slide off, or if Mama was just a little bit lower down so that this was an issue. I think that could be a lot better. Yeah, that's a pretty... It doesn't even feel like it should be a weakness. It's kind of like... This to me looks like a bit of an oversight. I think if Mama was just like a little lower down, or maybe the tornado spawned a little bit lower down, this would be less of an issue for the character. It's just like, this is the standard height for platforms. And if it was, I don't know, yeah. I think you might see what I'm trying to say here. Like, I wish that, I was able to just throw out Tornado without having to worry about where the platform is located. Also, my game is lagging for some reason. Very nice. Alright, we're back. So that's one thing. The other thing I have is their recovery. Which, like, a lot of this stuff is pretty damn cool. Let's go further if I charge it, or is it just... Nah, it's all the same. Okay. Yeah, I have a few issues with their recovery. Because if I were to go up to this platform right now... Look at how long I'm up there for. That's, That's an insane amount of recovery. Or actually, could I do, like... Oh, why is this still lagging for me? I bet it's Google Chrome. Fuck Google Chrome. Get out of here. Why are you being like this today? Come on. Yeah, average Smack Studio base cast up. For real, for real. Okay, it's only when you double jump. But like, gaining that back on jump is kinda... You can do so much with that to extend your recovery. It's kinda... It's a little much, I think. And that's on top of the fact that you have this up special that lets you go like anywhere, and it doesn't decrease in height if you wall jump, so you can just kinda... Hang on, let me... Is this the freest get-around Arabata? Okay, hold on. Can I do this only using... Let me start from, like, up here. Okay. One air dodge. No other resources besides up special, one air dodge. This along with the programmer as her first workshop character. Yeah, it's super impressive for a first workshop character. Like, this is so awesome. I love this character. I'm just getting my, like, grievances and nitpicks out of the way real quick. because I want to expose some of these little design flaws so that when you are able to update them, you guys can like really cook with this character. Yeah, that's like the big gripes I really have with the character, just like the projectile on where the height she can get with side B and up B, and I'd like to put a limiter for her height, but time constraint. Yeah, I totally get that. Yeah, you could No, I was highlighting the fact that you don't even need side B to get across, you could just use up B. I think the things that, so if you want some personal recommendations, I would just say, like, make it so up special, make it so you can only use, like, one forward special per airtime, regardless of if you jump or not. You could limit up specials. I think what you could do is you could make up special have a little more traction as you move. Like, make it so that it's a little easier to actually, like, control up special, but you greatly limit the amount of time that you have to do so. That'd be how I go about it personally, because then you can do things where you like follow up with this a little more, and it could be really silly. But yeah, those are really the only things I can think of that I have a problem with Nakoruru. Again, the projectile, some of the smears, just like not matching up with when the hitbox comes out, and the recovery, which the recovery is more of a balance thing than anything. If I told the programmer the same thing, he'd reduce the time and increase speed. I'm not necessarily saying to increase the speed, I'm more saying to increase the acceleration, if that makes sense. I'm confident. Let's, you know what, actually, I'm gonna fight Wally, because I feel like it. One of the hardest rivals AIs, or some shit. Hard relative to, like, not being on a dumb, broken as shit character. Why is my game lagging? Why are you doing this to me? Ah, I DI'd out there. Oop. Get stomped. Uh-oh, he's hitting me with La Chancla. Good catch. Whoa! Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. You can stop that. Ooh, good parries. Or good stage tech. He was just waiting for me. Oh, you knew. Oh, he knew. Get out of here. I could do this. We can make this come back. That's fine. Ah, fuck. I thought I wall jumped. Nah, one more. That's fine. Up. A little too early on that. Yeah, get out of here, Wally. Yeah, let's go. I will say, Downer, if there's another thing you want to consider, Downer is a little too strong. I like this custom background, but no custom victory music. I'm a little shocked. Down air is like a little bit too strong. I think it's just mostly just the knockback scaling on it. Having one knockback scaling is a little bit too... You felt like playing against me? Whoever animated this. I'm pretty sure Jonan Dark is the one who animated it, right? She has the music, but we can't play it. Wait, did you set the... Hang on. I'm gonna code doctor this real quick. Hang on. Let me see if I can find her. Where are you? That's Kim. There she is. It's definitely not that. That's Squadra's victory theme. Unless that is her victory theme. Oh, you didn't put it on her. You said you can't play it. Not that you didn't put it on her. I see, though. Why this game's so fucking laggy. I'm gonna do one more game with her. Oh, there we go. Oh, nice. Ooh, hold on. I noticed something. I think I saw their Big Hurt sprite was a little, not colored properly. I'll show that outside of a game real quick so you can see what I picked up on. the silly down strong, let's go. Oh, I heard the missing sound effect right there. I see what you mean now. But yeah, real quick, I just want to show off. Okay, I'm not in range. Yeah, right here. My robes are green. Or my robes are white. They're supposed to be green. What's the deal with that? I think it happened in the victory portrait too. Did it? I'm gonna be real, I'm so sorry I wasn't paying attention to it. If you wanna like check the VOD or something. Yeah, I think at this point I've figured out a verdict. As the saying goes. In terms of polish, 10. It's a 10. The little gripe I have with the art and a couple of the little like hiccups in like some things with the character's color palette and stuff, those are all tiny little nitpicks compared to what you've done with this character. I'm a little sad there's not a victory theme, but like I can look over it because you do have a custom background, you still have like a really awesome portrait, you have this fucking wild character select screen animation that I just love. Such a good showing of polish. Game feel is where I think we start to have a couple issues. Because while I think this character is perfect in their polish, they feel really good, but there's some big design flaws. And by big, I mean actually not as big as I've seen with some other characters, to be honest. So I think I'm feeling an 8.5 on this. Because things like some of the... There's a little bit of jank on up special with the hurt boxes that I posted in the Discord. Turns out they are bugs. Some of like... I've mentioned before that balance isn't always a factor in how a character feels for this category. But you get so much airtime with the combined forward special that you can use like twice in an air time, the up special that goes up really high that you have multiple options out of to land safely. It's like, it's just a serious amount of airtime that you get with the character. Actually, no, I don't feel good about an 8.5. I'm bringing that up to a 9. Translation and creativity, I would be tempted to give this like a 9.5, if not. I'm thinking a 9.5. Why am I thinking a 9.5? No, because this character is like really well done. Like the reflector works, the different angles of the side special. Is there something I want to compare to like base Nakoruru? Do I still have the old Nakoruru installed? Let me find out. Nappa, Nemesis, Napstep Look, Nact, NA. I do. I'm trying to remember what old Nako does. Interesting. That's weird. Programmer didn't test the character. Even so, it's my fault. In order for the color palette to work, I had to change the colors. Yeah. No, I totally understand that. It's just like an oversight in like what colors got changed on what moves and what sorts of animations you need to send back in order to have the proper color palettes. It happens. I've had it happen to me a number of times, I remember. Yeah, no, I look back at old Nakoruru, I don't know what I think was missing. I guess it's just like the pound meter, but I don't remember what exactly that does for Nako. Let me look that up real quick. Because if that does something interesting, then... the rage gauge. The rage gauge slowly fills up when you deal or receive damage. This is also the case with the mod. Fills up with pairing attacks. When it's full, you get a number of advantages, such as damage buff and upgraded versions of your specials. I don't think the meter was Wait, can you make a list of characters in the same game? What do you mean? I was just kind of looking at the original version of Nakoruru for reference for a sec, but I don't think it's super necessary. I guess it's like the one little thing that I can think of. Otherwise, your translation is spot on, and I think you did a really great job adapting this character. I think it would be cool, in theory, to have the rage meter that like changes some of your special move properties, but that would also take up a lot of like extra time and stuff, and considering your moveset, I don't know if there would be room for that. I'm just talking like half a point off. And in terms of X Factor, that's a 5. That's an easy 5 for me. 33.5 points. That's the highest of the jam. Nakoruru is such a popular character. I don't see why she wouldn't get a 5 in this category, to be honest. But I mean, it's more than a popularity contest, though. It's like, it's popularity, but also a good representation of the fighting game community. So now, we got 2 characters left. And it's only 11:30 here. I think we can get through. I think we can power through them. I might be a little quicker with these ones. I'm not entirely sure. I know that all of these alts are supposed to be based on, I'm pretty sure all of them are supposed to be based on other characters from Red Earth, but I see this one and I'm like, Iron Tiger? Hello? Maybe if I get Wally off of my screen, the game will run a little better. Let me see, do they have info? Neutral special spawns an elemental orb which automatically explodes after a short period. Wheel side special is enhanced with the corresponding element. Forward air is so strong! Oh no! Oh, I have choice words about forward air. So yeah, this is the character. This is Leo. Look at this big lad. I think some of these hit sounds are like a little loud. The game feel is pretty fine on them. I know Alex was having some issues with how this character felt. I think they feel alright, but the main thing is like... The thing that I think this character needs work on the most are smears. Like there's one smear here, there's a smear here. It makes sense for that one to not have one, but then like this sword swing having like nothing between here is a little eh. And then you have this Nair, which doesn't have one. That makes this look a little awkward. This doesn't have one. Yeah, that's silly. The fact that that spikes and still has the Sambert hit effect on it. No, it's not huzzah, it's just ah! And then you have this, you especially see it on forward air, it's like, the fact that there's no smear here makes this look very awkward. But that's not the main thing with forward air. The main thing is I started spacing out forward air, and I hit that. And I'm like, what is that? So I have one bit lined up for the stream that was completely planned from the start. Here was my reaction, a recreation of my reaction to seeing the hitbox on this for the first time. Okay, that's the one bit. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I see why that's there. I think the idea is that they wanted the hitbox that's at the top. I wish I could, like, draw over the stream or something. But, like, you see the topmost hitbox there, right? I think they wanted that to be kind of out first to represent the smear that would be on the hitbox there. And then they would want this to be here. Unfortunately, it comes out a little too early. Maybe they didn't know about window creation frame as a variable, or as an index. Then, also, what's this bottommost hitbox doing here? Who invited Fro to the team? But all in all, it does that. Which, yeah, that definitely... Bro hitting you with the wafts. It's that fucking... the mythical sword from Kung Fu Panda that, can cut you if you're looking at it from too close of a distance. I'm gonna close Google Chrome. Why are you still lagging so much? Is it just because I've had the game open for so long? You know, I'm gonna do something real quick before I'm just gonna close the game, reopen it, see if it runs any better. Downloading workshop content. Oh no, who updated their character in the middle of the jam? You guys better not have updated Nakoruru right now. There's still one other judge. Yeah, that's just a quick reset. Hopefully it does not improve the frame rate problem. Fuck. What do you mean you're lagging? Why are you doing this? We'll power through it. So yeah, the normals are alright. They're mostly references to the game. Oh yeah, smears would definitely help on down air as well. And also, down air's hurt box is misaligned. I forgot about that. But yeah, this definitely needs a smear. What is this? What does their up air look like again? Right, that thing. Which is a very particular hitbox. I feel like this move might not... Oh wait, right, dash attack. This just feels like Sambert dash attack. I'm gonna be real. It's just in the way that you can spam it very quickly. Yeah, the suns. That looks like the Sandbird angle. Alright, and now let's try to figure out the character. They have a very silly grab for down special. This grab is very funny. Let's do this with the hitboxes off. The fact you can do it in the air too. Now let's actually do like the more interesting specials here. So you have an orb. The orb kind of explodes on its own time. It can be one of 3 different orbs. You have the fire orb, you have the lightning orb, which does that, and you have blue. I think blue's like ice? Yeah. And the thing that it does is that you have this as your side special. It's kind of a big boy slight. But if you have an orb out, it changes that. And it applies Zetterburn Fire. Let's go. Zetterburn Fire is a bit of like a beginner design trap. The whole idea with Zetterburn Fire is that it applies a damage over time effect, but Zetterburn needs it specifically because he also has the Burn Consume. It kind of like, it works within his kit. But the beginner design trap is that you just slap a burning damage over time move on your character because, oh, I have a fire move, it should probably apply that on hit. No. No, it shouldn't. That's a Zetterburn mechanic. Not to say you can't put it on your character, but it's a little like... You can't just slap that shit on there, you know? Just has... You got a super jump. Oh, and that super jump does like nothing. Yeah, you got the orb. Empowers that. I will say, I was gonna say this earlier, the way that the orb works and stuff, I don't think the orb is a mechanic in Red Earth, but what is a mechanic, I learned, is there's like weapon leveling up in this game, and some like secret enhanced weapons, and I think the fire, electric, and ice are all meant to represent like some of the enhanced weapons that Leo can get in the game. And I think that's a neat way of implementing it, while also giving it some like rivalsy stage control. If anyone wants to correct me on that about Red Earth, by all means, please do. Yeah, I think that's a neat way of doing it. The grab on down special, and that's like a little basic, but like, I'm not sure what else you would do for Leo. Not sure what sorts of like crazy mechanics he has, unless you want to like, I don't know, slap like... God, imagine if this character had fucking like Minecraft Steve weapon leveling up. Oh, that'd be kind of a nightmare to code, but I think that would be really silly. But then that kind of like... Then that begs the question, what would you do for neutral and side special at that point? If you end up like putting the... I don't know, if you put like the elemental weapons on your new down special that gives you an enhanced sword. Yeah, now let me, I'm gonna play a game against this character.
Hey,
Let's go for
you
Ban
there.
Ban from Gartens. Actually, no, we gotta go for, Kazuya Mishima. Let me play the green skin.
Oh, the good old girl. Very naughty.
Okay.
Oh, the good old girl.
Man, I forget what's... Ban Ban, give me some breathing room here! What's his taunt? Oh, you have a grab? Hold on. This guy has a grab. I got a grab too. Oh, he pulls out the legendary sword for a minute. They're just flexing what they could have done with this guy's moveset.
Oh, the good old girl.
That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Say the line, Wattmelon. I've got a verdict on this one. I'm going a little crazy, but we only have one more character after this. So let's talk polish. I think it's pretty good. I think this character's like art is pretty good. The portrait's a little messy. It seems like that one was just kind of ripped from Red Earth without much consideration for fitting into Rivals. There's definitely, and this character definitely has an issue with, not having smears on attacks that definitely feel like they need it. But I do think the sprite work is good enough where it does pretty damn good. I'm comfortable saying that it's a 7 out of 10. Considering, like, Makoto was a 6, Nidra was a 6, Magic Baby, which definitely had a lot more flaws, was a 5. And this character, like, the sprite work is really good. It's just kind of missing some things to, like, make it a little more readable. Game feel? I think that might have to be another 7. Because I do like how this character feels. There's just definitely some jank in their design. There's also, like, I mean, Forwarder is something to talk about. And their design is, like, it's alright, but not anything spectacular, I don't think. Yeah, I'm struggling to think of words. It's a little late at night. Forgive me. But it's like what? There's moves that feel like a little off, but there's also moves that work pretty damn well. And I think their core gimmick is a nice way to tie in the elemental weapons. I just wish there was like a little more going on with that system. But that's also incredibly ambitious for a jam to think of something like that. And would require like all sorts of different spriting to be done. It would definitely be way too much. But for what is there, I'd say it's pretty damn good. It's just, I think, I don't feel comfortable with a 7. 7.5 feels right. Translation and creativity, I think, I'm tempted to give this one a comfortable, I think this one gets a... I'm gonna give that an 8. Because a lot of the moves seem to be taken pretty directly from Red Earth. And I like some of the attempted implementation of the special weapons and how some of those function. I like the sound effect implementation. Just a lot of good attempts at implementation all around. There isn't really like a great move to put in for Upstrong, so having the shout is pretty fucking silly. I like that. And then X Factor. Red Earth, pretty kinda niche in 2025, but that makes it pretty fucking based. That's another 5. Are there any characters that I feel like I gave a bit too low of a score? No, I feel like this is a good score. This is a 27.5 out of 35. And I'm pretty comfortable with that. So now it's time for the last character, and we're ending it off with another good one. Let's talk about Ninomae. Or Ina. I don't know, whichever one you want to call him. This is the last character of the night. Get Petite in here. It's like noon for him. And I'm pretty sure all these color palettes are based on palettes in Idol Showdown. I did that with a little bit of my research. I also do know what this character does. We're gonna play the Space Girl. Let us go Space. Space is cool. Gotta play cool space cops. I'm gonna wait for the game to stop lagging though. Okay, no, are we... We're back? Okay. Also, I just realized the music's a little loud for me, so let's turn that down. So yeah, we got Ninomae here. Or Ina. I'm not entirely sure what moves get changed by the charge. I know, like, forward special does. I don't think neutral special does. Nah. And, like, the strong attacks get changed. Most of them do. I don't think up tilt does. None of the aerials do. Up special does. Alright, so the things I have to say about the character. I do really like their sprite work. Definitely very distinct poses. Very expressive poses as well. Like, you can see her little smile right there. You can see kind of like the smirk she has going as she lifts up her hand and kind of gives you the side eye as she throws up the tentacle. Look at that side eye. That's some good side eye. Yeah, no, this character's really good. Nair's very silly. I have a couple small things with this character though. It's mostly like the art for this character, really solid. Like really good. I don't know how much was added to like the final build of the game, but for what's here, I don't know, it's pretty tight. I do think the paintbrush smears look a little off. Actually, wait a minute. Guys. This paintbrush is... That's fucking mixed. That's why it looked off to me. These are mixed. Ah, no fucking wonder. What do the hitboxes on it look like? Okay, there's no hitboxes. Unless... Oh, interesting. So if I put both of these together... How did she rotate them? The hitboxes rotate? What do you mean there's? What do you mean the circle is sideways? I guess that's like kind of impressive code-wise, but it's just look kind of ugly. I'm not a big fan of how the ink smears look. But I think that's like my only real art complaint with the character is that the smears just kind of look whatever. I think there could maybe be a little bit more done to like pizzazz up the character. Just like a little more done. But I know that some of that's already been done. They have custom voice lines that didn't make it into this version of the character. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, nah, I was just tripping. I thought I got like an empowered version of Forward Strong by standing in the ink smear. Sorry for being a little silent, by the way, with my commentary right now. I know most of what this character does. Pretty much all what this character does, actually. And I think it's cool. My gameplay gripes, though. Nair feels a little awkward. I feel like they're trying to go for something of a Crag Nair, but it's just the hitboxes don't line up for me in some ways. I think it's a little more noticeable if I get like a shorter character in. Let me pull out Crag real quick. Because I think, because of the way the hitboxes work, I could still hit Yeah, because he bends down right here. But if I try to hit Maple with Ina, I completely whiff on that first hit. So I guess if the intention was to go for Kragnair with Ina's neutral air, I don't know, it's just not landing for me. And what isn't helped is the fact that if I turn on the hitboxes, like these all make sense as part of the hitbox. That makes sense. No, actually, okay, it's not as bad as I thought. I thought that it looked like maybe there should have been an extra hit there. But the bigger thing, some of the blind spots. I thought I noticed something for a sec, where there was like a pretty nasty looking blind spot, but I think I'm just tripping. Fuck, these aren't touching. Wow, these aren't touching? Okay. My other slight problem with the design is more in the functionality of the ink smears. And it's the fact that, either because of hit lockout or maybe because the ink smears come out pretty late, you kind of lose the functionality, unless you specifically go for charge strong attacks, you kind of lose that functionality of the extra hit on the smears. Like, if you just launch them with a strong attack, they just get launched by a strong attack, and the whole, like, thing with the ink smears doing the extra hit doesn't happen because the opponent gets launched away, or they're in hit lockout, so they don't even... I don't think it's hit lockout. Let me, No, it's just that they get launched too far away by, like, a normal strong attack. Which, like, that makes sense. You want the strong attacks to be strong, but it kind of doesn't help with the, I don't know, helping these moves, like, link together. I'm not sure how exactly you'd go about fixing that. But it comes off to me in a way where I hate to use the word afterthought here, because it's definitely not an afterthought in the design. But it doesn't feel like the ink smears on the strong attack specifically are incorporated as well into the kit as they could be. If that kind of makes sense. And then we also have this guy. I think for the most part this guy works pretty well. He empowers your projectile to the next stage. And then if you shoot an empowered thing into him... Hang on, let me set you up real quick, and then shoot. Yeah, you just become an ink smear. He becomes the ink smear if you hit him with the empowered projectile. I think that's cool and all. My only problem, and I don't know if this is how it actually works in Idol Showdown, it's just the fact that you can only hit him with forward tilt. I think it would be so cool if you could reposition this guy with more moves to send him in, like, different places so that you could have, like, if you're gonna give them repositioning tools, go all the fuck out with it, you know? Like, really make it so that you could reposition this guy wherever you want, and then make it so that you can, like, set up into ink smears from all sorts of different places and directions, and, like, launch them up in all sorts of different places and directions. I think that'd be awesome if you did something like that. Those are, like, my only real big gameplay gripes with the characters. Just, Nair feels a little wonky. Yeah, whatever. But the bigger thing is just the functionality of the ink smears and setting up your little goober in more interesting ways by giving the character more options for how to, like, set them up and move them around. I think that'd be cool. Anyhow, let's actually play a game with this character. We are not playing Maple. We are gonna end this off with, let's go back to Anglara. Let's do good old classic Anglara. You know what, we'll end the night off with, fuck it. That was meant to be empowered side special, I swear. Oh, right, hold up. I remembered another design thing. Down air. Let me actually test this with another character. Do I still have her installed? I might have gotten rid of her. Nope, there she is. I'm trying to remember how she handles her follow-up attacks. Okay, exactly how I thought it would. So the thing with Ina is that your down air has a follow-up attack to it, but it's handled kind of weirdly. Let me see how it's explained in here. Oh, it's not explained in here. See, this is what I was talking about Sambert fucking up info for everybody. Look, 3 years ago, Sambert was fired from his accounting job. Now he has to fight to support his family. Alright, cool. Is that how I should play Sambert? Sambert knows your darkest secret. Is that what down special does? Like... okay, cool. But anyhow, the down air thing, I remember on their Steam page, it mentioned that, like, down air has a follow-up attack if you... Let me find this real quick. How is this worded in the Jam build? Down special, forward special, up strong. On hit, Dare can be held, and Ina will open her umbrella for a second attack. Okay. No, that's... it does what it says on the tin, actually. Which at least there's that. But I think this move could function a little differently. I kind of wish that it would activate when I press down air. Like a certain character I just pulled up a second ago. Because having it be, like, held to get the secondary input, it feels a little off to me. At least to me, but, like, I'm gonna be nitpicky here because this character is still pretty damn good otherwise. Now, fortunately, they did make it so that this activates on C-Stick. It's just kind of like, I wish I could press, instead of having to hold down air, which feels kind of awkward, I wish this was a situation where you could just press down air twice and you get the second input out of it. Again, like this character. Because what happens for her is that you have this, like, version of back air where she just hits you, you know, launches you away, down air that's kind of a spike, but you can enhance the spike by pressing special again, and it consumes a bullet. Same goes for back air. And you can, like, space out the timing a little bit differently, based on when you press the button. Something like that would be awesome for this character, I feel. So yeah, let me go back to a proper game. Let's actually finish out a game with this character on this stage, like I said I would. Oh, and of course you're just... Why are you lagging right now? Yeah, what? Bro. Yeah, the same brain cell move. I'm gonna wait until my game stops lagging. Okay. Oh, and you go back to doing it again? What the... I'm pressing down multiple times, by the way. What are you doing, buddy? Is it because I've been streaming for so long? It's because I've had the game open for so long. What are you trying to tell me, Rivals? Are you telling me it's late and I should get some sleep? I will. In a bit. Y'all can't see the frame counter up here, but it's running between like 40 to 47 to 50 to 45 to 42. Why are you doing this? Y'all, my rivals might be cooked. Why are you being like this? Oh, we're back. Quick. I'm just gonna put up with this shit. Yeah, get out of here. Ooh, that... I only just realized the respawn platform. That's pretty cool. Get out of here. Get out of here. Jesus. Not quite a custom background, but we do got a custom victory screen. Or victory theme. And nice. Alright. This is it. This is the final verdict. So let's see. Polish. No, this character's art is really good. I think the art, for the most part, is good. It's just the ink smears. And, like, the ink smears are a big part of the character. So it's a bit of a shame. And the fact that there's no victory background, but there's still, like, a victory theme for this version of the character. I think if the voices had gotten in, I would have been content with calling this a 10, but for now I'm going to give it a 9.5. In terms of game feel, I'm kind of feeling an 8.5 on this one. Like, this character does feel good. A lot of, like, the charge implementation works fine. I think I'm actually... Who did I give an 8.5? Jetie, Mario, Dong Dong, Never Die. No, I think this deserves to be an objective 8.5 rather than a subjective 8.5. Jetie's more subjective because I think the character is very silly and, like, feels like crack cocaine in your hands with how they're moving. Actually, for that matter, I'm gonna bump Jetie's down to an 8 flat. I'm kind of feeling more an 8 with that character. But yeah, I think 8.5 is fair for Ina, because I think there are some flaws in how down special is maneuverable, as well as how the ink smears interact with your strongs in ways that doesn't feel the best thought out or considered. Translation and creativity, I do think this is like... I want to say this is a 10 in translation and creativity. They take a lot of moves straight out of Idol Showdown, while also implementing some new things on top of it that feel incredibly in character, in a way that's, like, really natural. And X Factor, I'll give it a 4. I mean, that's personal vibes. I don't know how big Idol Showdown is within the larger FGC, and I mean, to me, this feels a little more like... You definitely made it for the VTuber, but you also made it for the love of Idol Showdown. And I think a 4 is like, you made a fighting game character, and that's what matters. Overall, that earns Ina 32 points. The second highest for my ranking. Only behind Nakoruru. And with that, oh my god. Y'all, that's everybody. Wattmelon is a free judge now. I can sleep. I bet my parents are happy too, because I can finally shut the fuck up so they can get some sleep. But yeah, for real, I just want to end this off by saying thank you all so much for participating and sticking around and just making this the best jam that it could possibly be. It seriously, it means so much. I've been so happy to do this. And, oh my god, I wish I could formulate my thoughts together and give a more formal way to, like, close off this stream. I kind of don't have one, to be honest. I'm just super happy with all this, and I want to say thank you all so much for joining on the stream. It's been a while since I've streamed. I want to do this a little more in the future. Maybe for, I don't know, a bracket for this for this jam. Definitely want that to happen at some point. Stay tuned for an announcement about that. But in the meantime, yeah, I'm gonna pass out for the night, y'all. I had a great time with this. Thank you all so much, and hope to see you guys at tax stream tomorrow. So see ya.